without D&D. I did truly miss my games and my players. It was a very lonely week. That's a lie. I have a wife and a dog. It was perfectly fine. But I really like my games.
I only exist when the stream is on. Send up.
No, you're gonna do what you're told and give us a recap.
I got my COVID vaccine. Okay, so uh Eldarth, this is the world we live in. Last time Yelena was trying to get a band together for the Battle of the Bands, and Core offhandedly made a remark about how Disturbed's last album, Evolution, was bad. So David Dryman himself attacked us. He threw a fragmentation grenade at me, and everything went according to plan. Anyway, so dressing like a little girl and waiting, we drew the straw man to us, and well, everything went according to plan. Two portable whole pit things later, we managed to, I guess, subdue the thing. Um, the there's, I don't think that building's going to be usable anymore after that. Anyway, combat was combat. We took the body with us and tried to find a inn for the night, but I remember Core didn't really want to really stick to the street too much. Wanted to be a little bit more incognito. So I remember trying to make a contact that we never actually ended up meeting up with. Let me take a look at my notes to see what is the name of the inn that we ended up going to. So we went to the Careful Crow Tavern,
Mhm.
um, where um, along the way we met some patrol who we ended up having to speak to. Um, we were able to explain the situation to them so that we didn't end up getting arrested for carrying around a body. Uh, it was then that we actually took a look at the straw man for the first time because none of us have sense. Where we revealed that the straw man was this amalgamation of stitched together things, where only one of us was even keen enough to notice that there were like terrible hex symbols carved into it that were magical. And we just kind of ignored that and we wrapped it up, and thought nothing bad was going to happen. So we made our way to the tavern, where uh, Core was going to try to drink his problem away with a big tankard and get some meal. Where you know we left Cider's characters, Haba and Nero, to go up there, and well, the straw man wasn't quite dead, and he got back up, and chaos broke out. Uh, there was a lot of jumping out of a third-story window as we tried to take down the straw man in the middle of the street. Uh, we eventually did, uh, though it took a while. Oh yeah, that's right. I got stunned 3 times. I remember that now.
There was a lot of
Getting
shrieking involved.
There's
Yeah.
a lot of shrieking. Um, we subdued the straw man. Uh, Nero, I guess, pierced him on his sword. I don't think that the tavern owner slash barkeep is really happy with us at the moment. And we ended up on the note of about 30 feet away. What we believe to be the night hag finally showed themselves here, and there was a standoff slash confrontation of some sort. A brief exchange of words before they disappeared into what I assume was darkness and their own hair. We are kind of left here on this note, and we are also down a player at the moment, so I don't know how that's
We
gonna play
are.
out, but we'll figure that out. And now I have remembered that I have to do something for core.
Well, that's good.
Let me roll that D1, or let me roll that D2. There's more than one side of the dice. Just lying, everything's red. Oh, cool.
While you process whatever it is you just rolled, just a quick reminder, and because not all the players are completely made aware that Sam, who plays Stella, will not be with us for maybe the whole game, maybe not, I don't know, due to some school-related things that she has to take care of. Because remember, life, most of the time, is more important than D&D.
Life finds a way.
It needs things to live, I hear.
Life does need things to live.
Yeah, honestly, I don't think there was really much more to add to that. I feel like you covered just about everything from the last session. If someone's got something additional to sprinkle in, you're more than welcome to. Seemed pretty thorough.
I remember that there was a little frustration over the fact that we were a discovery short of
A level.
leveling up,
Yep.
which is perfectly fine in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, other than that, I guess we can jump right back in then. Which leaves all of you standing in the dark of the very early set sun here in the evening on the sidewalk in the 6th district, where most of you are staring at the empty space where this malevolent creature that was previously there has vanished from. Behind you are the remains, desiccated, burned, and almost completely destroyed at this point, of the straw man. A little worse for wear. You've all seen better days, except perhaps for Yelena, who is the only person who jumped out of the 3rd-story building and did so with some grace. What do you do?
Nero,
Yeah.
give me the body.
Can you even carry it?
I said give it.
Okay. Alright. Kind of just peel it off the end of the sword and hand it to Core.
Core's gotta let it hit the ground. And looking at it, Core's gonna start investigating it.
Okay. I will take an investigation check. All right. So you take a moment, the remains of the straw man laid out on the sidewalk, and you begin rifling through its remains. Like I said, it is a facsimile of a person. It's dressed in a tattered green clothes, wearing what is now mostly a burned green cloak. Underneath, and packed inside, now mostly burned away as well, remnants of straw and stick, but buried underneath all of that, at its joints, on its head, and on various parts of the center part of its torso are very unnerving, blackened, and partially sticky remains of what look like old body parts that belonged to a humanoid at some point. Used to give it what you would assume to be normal range of motion. On the wooden skeleton that has survived, these dark, still partially barked covered sticks that act as the main supports, there are runes that have been carved into the centralmost stick, the spine, if you will, that look very similar, at least in terms of who would have carved them. So, like, if there was a handwriting style for runes, that match very similar to the previous runes you've seen attached to the small tracking doll that the party discovered and altered. Other than that, there is not much more to the straw.
Okay. Can I start just like with paper and some charcoal, just like put it over it and just begin like rubbing on it to
Trying
just
to
make a
make
copy?
copies? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Because I do have the appropriate things for this. I'll just put this here.
Yeah, it'll take like 3 to 4 sheets, but you can get all the runes that are viewable.
Sure. After that, Core is just going to say, after I get this, no more risk. Set it on fire, hack it apart, make sure that this thing is dead. I don't want this thing coming back.
I
We
don't
should have
think
been
any
thorough
of us
before.
want.
I don't imagine it takes that long.
No, it doesn't. It's the better part of just like a handful of minutes, like 2 or 3 minutes. Making sure that the charcoal copies are at least thorough enough to be of some use. But once it's done and you've got your small stack of papers, the body is left for disposal. I realize burning is probably the obvious choice, but you can't just set something on fire. Well, actually, it's not true. You could set something on fire in the middle of the street, but how do you go about disposing of the body?
Add a character. And I haven't forgotten about this, and it's a little tricky because it's something that Estella had. That doll. And
Yes.
the tracking doll.
Yes, what of the doll?
Core is going to suggest destroying it. Because at this point, the hag has appeared to us before, directly in front of us, and the purpose of this was to like draw out the straw man, and we accomplished just that, and it might otherwise just be a liability at this point. So I'm not sure what to do on this, since this is something ties to Estella, but it's also something that kind of affects all of us.
I don't think I can imitate the cadence that Sam speaks with Estella, but I will speak for Estella.
Okay.
I believe that we should keep it, but figure out a way to turn it off, so that way if we need to use it as bait again, we still have it.
All right. Fine.
I believe Quill would probably be able to help with that. If just removing your body parts from it isn't enough to stop it from tracking you.
I'm gonna make an Arcana check for Estella to see if she can make any assumptions. She cannot make any assumptions. None that are pinpoint accurate. On that suggestion, however, she will do that. She'll sort of start just like, she'll pull out the doll and start rifling through the little bits and pieces she knows are hers. And removing them, hoping that'll at least be enough for the night before you get to see Quill the following day.
I'm fine with destroying this thing, but we need to be careful about how we do it. There is a corpse inside of it, or most of one. If we just burn it here, it's going to cause a lot of issues.
I think we'd have to worry more about this wooden skeleton than any of that. But here's a thought. That alleyway. Pelt me rifle around there. Maybe she left something behind.
We should take a look, I suppose, in case it wasn't magic that whisked her away.
Did you get a
Yeah.
good look at that thing?
It is pretty
Cap,
dark
you-
out.
Ever seen anything like that before?
Not really.
No, but it's about what I expected when we were given a description of what a hag was.
Yeah, never mind. Core just makes his way over to the alley.
Okay. Go to the alley. You were looking for evidence of the hag?
Yeah.
All right. Same as before. I'll take an investigation check.
I will help as Core looks around.
Okay. With advantage. Hey, it's like it's pretty good. So you go over to the spot where the hag had been sort of hiding in a segment of shadow, not too far off from where you're currently standing, and you begin to sort of diligently sweep the area looking for proof or evidence of some kind that this creature was here, something that it could have left behind. And in fact, dropped in a place that would have gone unnoticed due to the casting of the lights from the torch lights in the street. Bringing over your own source of light reveals that in the slice of shadow that it was standing in, there is a small metal wristband that has been left behind.
Found something.
It is looks like it's either like polished steel or silver. Small chain links, and then it's got about a 2-inch metal plate with a heart with a line etched, a heart with a line through it etched into it.
Like almost like a Valentine's like arrow type of deal.
It's not decorated like an arrow. It is just a line straight through. I actually think I have a sketch of it somewhere in my notebook. As a matter of fact, Cora, make a little history check for me. I just want to have a sketch.
My connection to the server has been interrupted.
Oh no, that's been happening to me too.
I will roll it anyway.
It'll process through eventually.
Do I want to fish for a better result? Because that's a 5.
I can't. Yeah, it hasn't come up for me yet. So I don't know. It's up to you.
I've got 2 inspirations, right?
Correct. And if you pay attention, oh, there it is. And if you pay attention to my webcam, this is what it looks like.
Oh, neat.
Okay, that's interesting. Sure. You know what? I'm not I'm not proficient in history, but sure, I'll blow inspiration on this.
Yeah, real specific.
That's better.
It is better. This actually, you've seen it, Corey, like, you sit there and you focus on it for a bit after you've announced that you've found it and just sort of stare at it for a long moment. And you can't figure out why it rings a bell. And then after a moment, it kind of clicks. You've seen it before. It is a symbol that is used to mark orphanages in the 2nd District.
The 2nd district, you said.
Yes. Basically, the Goody Two Shoes district. And also the district where you have quite a bit of history.
Core's expression turns into a deep, deep, deep scowl. Second district.
What about it?
And this is from the 2nd district. Its ties to the orphanage there. Orphanages there. The symbol. It's used to designate them. I'm familiar. Look, my baggage aside, this, obviously this ain't good. Not quite sure what this bracelet is, but I'm sure it's something.
It's possible it belonged to one of the children that was taken.
Maybe. Alright. I think that's all we're gonna find. Let's just get rid of that thing before something else happens. We've already made a scene. I'd say burn it, but I don't have any oil left. Any of you have any bright ideas?
I'm fully capable of burning it, but I still think doing so probably isn't the best way to dispose of it.
I mean, we really don't have a lot of options ourselves, unless you want Nero to mince it up. But I do think burning is probably the best. I agree.
This
Do you
is a
know
bad
a place
idea.
we can take it then? It won't be in the middle of the street or an alleyway.
Do you want to go to my friend?
Is your friend okay with us burning a body?
My friend's okay with a lot of things.
She kind of looks back towards the comfy hotel they were going to stay at. Just gives a nod.
Core just kind of like looks at you and he just says, "Yeah, no, it's always too good to be true, isn't it? Just when you think you're gonna get a little bit of a break, things seem like they're gonna go right. Something's gotta happen. Always does. Nothing's ever straightforward. Anything
Sounds
else
like
is
an
a lie."
attitude with that. You tend to bring it on yourself.
Well, you know what? I'm not taking the blame for this one. That's a little fish in a barrel.
It's late. We should get going if we want to actually get any rest tonight.
Ugh. Well, I guess drag it. He's in the Core just like pauses. Sewage treatment. Core, I guess, is gonna go find Grushk at this point.
Okay. See? We didn't generate him for nothing. Okay. Well, you will gather the remains of the straw man back up. And in a long, mildly chilly walk, take about 40 minutes to head towards the westernmost wall, in a bit further south where the sewage treatment plant is. Like I said, it is built into the side of the wall for this district. It is a very geometric shaped building with lots of rectangles and squares sort of stacked on top of each other. Because Grusk doesn't actually belong here. Grusk has a stowaway spot that is attached to it that you have to go down from the plant to the nearest sewer entrance, go down, and then travel back in, and you'll find the signs of where Grusk's residence is. So, after a mildly uncomfortable climb down into the sewers, which, as you expect for a city that houses hundreds of thousands of people, it is not pleasant down here. You walk along the edges, staring at the just mire of unpleasantness that is this just slowly streaming river down past you. There is a small metal wire bridge that you cross over, and then in front of you, you can tell there's a grate which blocks off direct entrance to the actual plant itself, and then there is a small hole in the wall to the left where there are like 4 or 5 bricks, very large bricks. They're about like 2 feet by 2 feet apiece, that have been removed from the wall. And there's because Corey, you know to look for it. There is a little thieves' cant sigil that has been painted in muck on one of the bricks that identifies Grusk's stowaway.
Core is got a face mask over his face as he's kind of going through everything here. It's makeshift to try to keep the smell out as best as he can, as he's just kind of going through everything here, following the signs here, and just says, "Okay, if you can bear the smell a little bit longer, we're almost there."
The tunnel goes on for about 30, 40 feet. And then the stonework changes a bit abruptly as it descends a little bit. There's a small drop down of broken brick. And the stonework changes there. And a lot of it dries up. And then you see in front of you that there is what looks very similar to the same sewerway you just left, but it's completely dry. You've got the dip in the middle, but there's it's no longer in use. And you can see further down, there are a couple of small candle lights that are just sort of flickering off in the distance, and they sort of they outline some furniture, tables, a chair, that are that are just resting there, and you see the relatively imposing silhouetted form of Grusk kind of just moving back and forth between things, working on whatever Grusk is working on at the time.
Sorry to drop in unannounced, but got a bit of a problem on my hands. I like what you did with the place. You see, you got yourself a new chair. That's nice.
Core. Why have you come to visit me? Surely is not to compliment the furniture.
I might have given a backhanded compliment to a night hag.
And it sounds like your luck has turned.
It's from bad to worse. I don't think it was really good to begin with. Anyway, this is Yelena. This is Haba. This is Nero. Everybody. Meet Grusk. He lives here.
Hello. Hello.
And Grusk. Grusk is a 7'6" tall, muscle-bound, dark green-scaled lizard folk with a frill of colorful feathers that run from the front of his forehead down his back, stopping just about at the shoulders. They are wearing what looks to be a bit of a conglomeration of leather armor and patchwork clothing. Are just modeled in scars where several of the scales just never grew back. And does not look like someone that you would expect to be doing like delicate work. Definitely looks more like a bruiser based off of his build. But when you sort of look at the way things are kept here, there's a tidiness to it you didn't expect. So there's a little bit of a clash. What have you brought me?
So you know those candies I like talking about, right? The ones with the filling inside of it? Kind of like that. Except it's a corpse, and there's a corpse that's been stuffed inside of it. And it tried to kill us twice.
Yes, I always remember the corpse candies, of course. He just sort of stomps up and then gestures for in a blank space in the empty room for you to deposit the body.
I want this destroyed as soon as possible. It's dangerous. I don't know if it's gonna get up again. There's a wooden piece, like a skeleton. It's got some runes carved into it. And we can't just burn it on the street. Besides, apart from asking for a place to stay, I thought maybe I'd ask for your help on whatever mess I decided to roll myself up into.
Rusk will deal with the body. And then just wide hand gesture. You may stay. I have plenty of space.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What is Grust's hit point total compared to, I don't know, Nero?
Double checking. It is less than Nero.
Okay. Good to know.
Mm-hmm. You do get two characteristics that if you'd like to compare.
Armor class compared to me.
Armor class compared to, which is
16.
16. It is. Actually, I have to fix it. I don't have a Grouse NPC sheet yet.
That's okay.
It is higher than yours.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
All right. At that point, Cora's gonna go take a seat while he waits for him to come back.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta look at the other people here, kind of just with like a half-hearted apologeticness to it. Like, Cor kind of feels bad that he dragged you all through the sewer, but also is kind of maybe a little bit too tired to care at this point.
And you just sort of watch as Grusk vanishes down the tunnel, a torch in one hand, dragging the straw man's body behind him with the other.
Well, now seems as good a time as any to plan out what we're doing next.
Question, Cor, what is a corpse candy? I heard you say that, and frankly, it sounds horrifying.
I'll tell you when you're older.
I think I'm older than you.
Anyway. I've known Gruss for a while. You can trust him. I trust him. That trust isn't said very lightly. He knows the sewers and the underbelly of the city pretty well. He might be able to help us out. I guess it helps that he can actually swim through the stuff without it really doing anything to him. What we're doing next? I don't know, Blue. There's that abandoned restaurant that got mentioned.
I think letting those that are willing to help us know that we've confirmed what we're dealing with is probably a good idea. We've also got these items that we borrowed We could try to use the dogs to track them down.
There's also seeing what's going on in the second district. I don't want to go there. Maybe Gruss knows something.
What exactly is your issue with the second district?
My issue. Well, apart from some personal history with them, I don't know. I can't help but feel that they're a bit more, there's a lot of hypocrites. That's how I feel.
Gives a shrug. Well, I suppose now is a good time to ask. We've all seen what we're going up against. Do any of you plan on backing down?
I don't really see a point to backing down. Those kids need our help.
We're in too deep now. There's no walking away from this cleanly.
I get the feeling we're on a time limit now, too, based on what it said. Made it seem to be a game to them.
What if she... Because I had thought that one of them might have been the straw man. But they just made it. What if there's more of them?
It's possible. But we killed this one, we can kill another one if it comes for us.
Yeah, but what if we have to deal with two at the same time or more?
And we'll deal with it when we
And
have
even
to.
then, I get the sneaking suspicion that these hags aren't the end of it. Might be something above them.
Maybe. But we should focus on what's in front of us for now.
Almost on cue at that word, some 150 feet down this long, dark tunnel where you saw Grusk walk off to, there's just a very loud flash of orange-yellow light and a gout of fire that seems to exit a tunnel somewhere off in the distance. And eventually you get a waft of smoke that sort of carries down the tunnel. It is several minutes later that Grusk returns with no body in tow. Although he is perhaps uncomfortably chewing on something. Stickman no more.
Let me get you caught up to speed. So we've got a issue on our hands. A lot of orphans are going missing. A lot of them not tied to orphanages. I told you about Pops before.
Yes.
He's the one who wants us to look for them. He's been looking after a lot of them, and it's been one by one by one by one. He reached out to a few other people. Core makes a hand gesture to the group. And we've been at this for, well, since today. We found one of the kids, not even one of the ones we were supposed to be looking after. And we found out that, something they called the straw man was after them. That's what you just got rid of.
Hmm.
And where apparently changes shape and it's got a green cowl. Definitely different than what I thought it was going to be. And we eventually found out that there's probably a coven behind this. This thing's called Night Hags. One of them showed up, saw our handiwork, and Grusk, I think we're on a clock. They're looking for these kids. There's a bunch that are missing, and I don't know how many they already have, but I want to find these kids, because if we don't, they're gonna fall into the hands of something that's... I don't even want to think about what they're gonna do to them. And I don't really have that much to go off of. Let me catch you up with what we know, and I don't know. If you want to help us, I'd appreciate it a lot. I know I'm asking for a lot, but man, what am I supposed to do? The thing is like 10 feet tall, covered in burns, and making those things. Apparently, they're all over the city. I don't even know if that was the only one.
Then make it problem of city.
No one's going to care about what happens to people like us, let alone a bunch of street rats who are not even 15 years old, who don't have anyone. The city's not going to do anything. And if we don't do something, and we don't do something soon, I'm listening.
You are correct. Grusk realizes the error of his statement. Then perhaps I speak to the Oath Sworn. They have vested interests in homeless children. Perhaps they know something.
I thought about going to Candy. I don't really like the filth. But they'd be the people who know. They'd be the people who would probably maybe care, but I mean, you know me. Maybe I can make this worth your while somehow. It's not really fair to get you involved with something like this, especially considering that, you know,
Hags.
this is dealing
And,
with
and then he spits.
nonsense. Maybe there's something you want.
It was a long, quiet moment where Grusk just sort of crosses arms, continues gnawing on this charred piece of meat that they're holding in one hand, thinking, trying to figure out an answer to that question you've stated. And you know Grusk is prone to like very long moments of quiet when in serious thought, so this could be like several minutes.
Of course, just really, really, really just trying to be as patient as possible.
And after about 10 minutes of Grusk
Or
just
like, looks at everybody else uncomfortably.
as it just Grusk sitting there chewing on the snack he's got with him and just staring at the ground and doing nothing else. Eventually looks up.
Give him time. He was thinking.
Grusk wants real estate. A place inside the city. Legal. To do business.
I'm going to assume you want in this district.
A big shrug. Rusk
Not-
does not care where.
Well, the house was just vacated in the warehouse district.
I'll see what arrangements I can make. I'll try to make sure that it's at least put together. That is going to mean you'll probably have to show up to do some arrangements, which might mean not spelling like a Utiog's backside.
Very well.
Listen, we've talked about this when you're swimming in the sewage, and then if you... Oh, just whatever.
Just get a big raise of the bony ridge above the eye. You know, lizard's head eyebrows.
It's a spell.
Will Grisk be having visitors for the night?
So, how do you feel about staying? I know it's not a nice, cozy inn, but we lost our chance to stay there when we all left out the collective third-story window.
Stella looks positively disgusted at the thought.
On the off chance, did we happen to pass any, just small inns or anything along the way near here?
Let's find out. Yeah, actually you did. There was a small, very small establishment that you think probably has no more than like 4 rooms to the whole place. But there was a tiny little place that you guys sort of passed by.
I think I'll head back to that small inn. It's not a hotel, but it's better than this.
I mean, if you're going to go, then we should all probably go. I'm not about to split everybody up, not after tonight.
Then we should get going if we want to be awake during the morning. It's
My head's already
very
starting to
late.
spin. Sounds like you don't need to make arrangements, Grusk.
You see Gresk suddenly stop with like the armful of bedrolls that they collected. Very well. Drops them right on the floor and
I appreciate your hospitality.
safe travels.
Thanks for getting rid of that awful thing.
I'll add it to your tab.
Well, hopefully you'll have something to show for it. Alright. I know the way back.
Lead the way then.
Alright. See you around. I'll try not to be a stranger. Next time I'll make a social call. Chit chat.
Bring
Maybe I'll
snacks.
Well, hang on. What do I got on me? I've got some sand. You want sand?
Only if you sample it first.
I think I'll be keeping my sand. I'll bring something next time. Maybe after I don't decide to blow myself up with a homemade bomb. Or just smolders towards the door.
All right.
I suppose we should be glad that we didn't fight them down here.
What, the straw man?
Yes, I imagine your bomb would have killed all of us.
Look, I don't need... I just want to move past it, okay?
You're the one who brought it back up.
All right.
Okay, Matchstick.
A new nickname.
She
Gorgeous.
goes to cast a spell in the sewer. It's prestidigitation. She just keeps casting it to give herself like bursts of
Fresh
decent
air.
smelling
Yeah.
air.
Produce the lame. How
That's what
much
I was
methane
hoping for.
happens to be down here.
That's what I was hoping for. All right. So you guys eventually will double back, and you're going to head to that small inn that you saw, yeah?
Yep.
Okay. The inn was called the Enchanted Lake. It's a single-story building that has seen better days. Out of the 2 windows up front, both are boarded. And the door is very rickety, and it leans slightly to one side when you actually open it, and it comes out of the frame. The inside is relatively small. It's the actual, there's a small bar space area that's 10 by 20, with a small bar in one corner and a door that leads what you suspect into a kitchen. There's only a single person in here, which is the gentleman standing behind the bar. A late 40s, early 50s, dark-skinned human who's mostly gone bald on the top, graying salt and pepper hair on the sides. Is just sort of sitting there leaning against the bar top, looking very bored. Just kind of rubbing his hands together with just like cleaning his hands on a rag and just sort of looking out into the building. When you come in, he just sort of looks up. I didn't expect anyone to be walking in at this hour. Welcome to the Enchanted Lake. I'm Jesse. How can I be of service?
How much is it for a room for the night?
The fee for a room for one night, it is 2 silver pieces.
How many do you have available?
Out of the 4 rooms we have, 4.
All 4. Just put a gold on the table.
Thank you. He takes the gold. You hear it drop into a box behind the counter, and he produces 4 keys.
Gonna just take one and start making her way to the room.
Is there anything else I can get for any of you?
I'm gonna be responsible. I'm just gonna go right to bed.
Very well.
Yeah. Just gonna head to bed.
And
It's a
Stella's
lot.
gonna do the same. You guys are getting a long rest?
Possible. We're
Can't
trying
wait for
roll
weeks
the
to
dice.
go absolutely terribly.
Well, yeah, but let's say, hang on, you're not off scot-free completely.
Just remember that D100 you rolled 3 weeks ago. It comes back now. You find yourself in Abaddon.
Yeah,
You
don't
find
worry.
yourself in pain over
That
it.
hasn't gone away yet. It's still doing things. Again, I had a whole 60-session campaign for my other one that got rolled in my Friday game. Just saying. Oh yeah, ones are super bad. They tend to influence a lot of things for a long time. That being said, there are 5 of you. I'm gonna roll a d6, re-rolling 6s, and we're gonna see who doesn't have a pleasant night. Wow, that one's really interesting. What a shame. It landed on Stella, and I'm really sad Sam's not here. Because holy crap, is there something really interesting that Sam would have missed out on. I'll follow up with Sam later, and we'll do it.
Okay.
You all get your keys, and you find your respective rooms. And these rooms are small, not very well furnished. The beds are a bit creaky. The mattresses are a bit thin. The sheets itch. It's not great. But nonetheless, a bed is a bed is a bed, and when you've had this kind of day, any bed looks good. You all go to sleep for the night. And believe it or not, successfully get a long rest. So recover half your HP, half your hit dice, spell slots, all that fun.
We lose half of our inspiration rounded down, right?
So it's funny, I just went over this with Tuesday's group. Normally, yes. But I kind of do it on a case-by-case basis where sometimes it's weird for the start of a session to occur where you guys are coming off of the back of meta homework, for instance, and you guys have 2 points, and then a long rest immediately occurs that would cut it in half where, well, you didn't really have much of a chance to do anything with it, so it feels kind of stupid or weird. Usually when that happens, I usually hand wave it. I usually enforce halving inspiration points when you guys have had plenty of opportunities to use it. Then when you take a long rest and you haven't, then I will halve it. Otherwise, if there weren't really a whole lot of chances to actually spend points, I hand wave it until the next day.
That makes sense.
Still off full. Spell slots. Okay. So we get 8 hours. Pass by. 4, 5, 6, 7. And in a weirdly unlikely scenario, you guys almost actually wake up at dawn, which right now is really late in the day. The sun starts rising right around 8 o'clock. But 8 o'clock, when everyone's long rest is finished, their full 8 hours, by the time you come to, you can hear the hustle and bustle of the district having come into full swing, given the amount of construction that is going on here. When you come to, Stella makes a point of gathering everyone into one of the rooms before allowing everyone to go out, and mentions, I had a visitor last night.
Oh.
Rather, I had a visit from the hag.
Wait, really?
It was while I was resting. Seemed like she
Fine.
tried to harm me.
That was a lot sooner than I expected.
Do you mind if Yelena kind of steps forward towards her? Take a look just to make sure there isn't any lasting things we saw what they did to those other corpses.
Oh no, go ahead.
Just gonna give her a once over, looking at her neck and just
Mhm.
generally kind of seeing if there's any lasting things. It wasn't just, a visit.
Mhm. There are no obvious marks that you see.
Seemed fine to me. What happened exactly?
Well, I was resting. Everything was going about as normal. Then I started to feel a bit of a chill. So I thought I came to and was going to check the window, but when I opened my eyes, um, this very grotesque, wiry-haired thing was sitting on top of me. And then it left.
She's playing with us.
Certainly seems that way. Or it's a warning. Either way, it definitely seems like we should be trying to get this finished as soon as possible.
I don't think we can really dilly-dally.
What's our next step?
Well, you wanted to go back and you wanted to report in, right?
I think we should show Quill those etchings that you took and confirm that it was a hag.
Maybe he'll know something based off the description. And second district's right there.
It is. We have a few ways we can go about this. We can ask around the second district. We can try to get in contact with the Oathsworn if that's something that seems like a good idea. Or we could try to just find a scent.
We could try to find a scent while we're in the second district. The dogs might be able to pick up something on that bracelet that I've got. It might even have that thing scent on it. If we're lucky.
Either way, we should get moving. We already slept in too late.
I still feel like someone chewed me up and spat me out. Whatever. Whatever we decide. If you want to get a hold of the Oathsworn, I know how to get a hold of them. I think I've made it clear enough that I know people. And as for the second district, well, I knew someone. And that'll be a conversation.
So, are you just taking off straight to the first district?
I think so, maybe. We're definitely going to do that service again, it sounds like. But before we go, I think Core's going to approach Jesse.
Okay. He's still here and just as bleary-eyed as last night. He's actually sipping on a cup of coffee when you come out.
Core looks to the party and says, "Hang on, I want to check something real quick."
Good morning, sir.
We'll be returning our case shortly.
Very good.
Thanks for being open at that hour. Really appreciated that.
Oh, of course. Between you and me, what's keeping the doors open? I don't just mean the broken hinges.
I got a question for you.
I might have an answer.
Maybe you do. So, I was looking for a landmark, right?
Right.
I can't remember the name of it, but the place used to be a restaurant. It shut down some time ago. And I mean, maybe I'm just, reminiscing. I don't really come through this district very often, but I was wondering if, does anything like that sound kind of familiar? Shut down restaurant?
I mean, there's quite a few of those in the last year. With the changing of hands and everything.
What, have things been bad for businesses because of the changes?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. People are coming in, trying to force people out of their current positions so they can get, new real estate before the district head, the new one takes over, so that way they don't have to pay for the taxes and the changeover. It's very cutthroat.
Huh.
I'm only holding out as long as I am to try to get the best price I can.
That's not good.
Yeah, it's just part of life in Gileath.
Add a character. I don't have a full description of the location here from the looks of things, but I remember that being a something that was mentioned.
Building with like the sun on the door or something. I assume is the one you're talking about.
Yeah,
that was an apartment complex. The one with the sun symbol above the door.
That is that's a sun symbol one here. That's at a different district.
Yes, it is.
I have a note for that.
Yeah, it's in the fourth
what I'm
district.
talking about. Yeah, that's in the fourth district. That's a very easily recognizable building. We can get to there easily here. I'm talking about the place where where Hatner might be hiding. I put note for a restaurant. Patty described it.
Jesse will take a long moment, a couple of sips on the coffee. I mean, I can think of 4 or 5 derelict restaurants now. I can give you the locations if that'll help.
You know what? It might. Of course, just gonna pull out like paper because I have multiple sheets of paper in my inventory. Woo!
Woo,
We've got
paper!
6 left.
Okay.
Yeah. If you could just give me like a rough idea of where they are.
Yeah, I can give you the address markers. He gets the quill off of the bar and just kind of begins jotting down several addresses in the 6th district.
Yeah, I need to do some running around. It's gonna be a busy day today.
You will note after he's written them down, he gives you 5 locations, 3 of which are on the same block. The other 2 are on different sides of the district.
Man, I thought you said that you knew 4. 5? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if I'm being completely upfront with you, one of these still might be open, kind of in the same condition that we're in, but they were on the way out. I don't really I can't really afford to go eat at a restaurant nowadays, so I don't know how long it's been. So they could be closed. They could have been closed for months, or maybe they're still open. I'm not certain. I'm just trying to cover all the bases.
All right. Well, you know what? This is really helpful to me. And I hope business gets a little bit better. Of course, gonna put a gold on the counter.
It is much appreciated. You and your friends have been quite generous.
Well,
I can't promise how long we'll be open, but if you ever need another place to stay, feel free to swing by.
if I'm in the area, I'll definitely remember you.
All right.
Yeah, this is our base now. We live here. Every now and then, the hag just comes up to the window and just goes, "Hey! Hey!"
We're 50 sessions from now, this place is going to be like a 10-story building. Just plush everything.
Give it time. I mean, hey, this is a lot of construction. This is the time. Get real estate, build on it. It's cheap.
We're gonna rename Grusk to James, and they're going to open a tavern restaurant together. And this is where we're going. This is where we're taking the campaign.
Oh no.
It's me and my lizard folk husband.
Why am I okay with this?
Gore is going to go back to the party, and he's just going to share his findings and say he's ready to go. I don't know if any of those restaurants happen to be on the way to the carriages.
So basically, the carriages run on the main thoroughfare, which is a couple blocks east. There is in fact one restaurant that is nearby. It is a bit south though, so it'll be like a 15-minute detour. But you would go straight south. It is one of the furthest locations, from the others. It is one of the oddball ones that are off by itself. And then from there, you can just cut over onto the main thoroughfare and catch a carriage.
Cora's going to suggest that we take a look at that. Why we have an opportunity if it's only 15 minutes away.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay. In which case, 15-minute detour. Heading south, weaving through the handfuls of people that are now actively on the streets. Again, you're seeing a lot of laborers and a lot of construction workers, a lot of trade workers that have been hired to work on the various projects that are currently undergoing here because of the transition. You eventually reach a long block of storefronts, and you can tell pretty much all of these have been closed down, and various ones have different signs or notices attached to them about changing of ownership and construction soon to begin underway. The restaurant is about halfway down from there, and you can tell it was small. It's probably like just 20 feet across, but these buildings are quite long, so it's about 50 feet deep. You can peer in through the cracks of the boards on the front facing window, and see what are the remains of several small dining tables and chairs around them. And it looks like most of the stuff was just left inside the building, with some things having been overturned and cast aside, as it looks like someone somewhere still managed to get inside despite it being boarded up.
Is there a back door?
If you go around to the alley side, there is.
Yeah, Cora's just gonna look at the building. He's just gonna start making his way towards the back.
Yep.
It's very nonchalantly.
Yep. There is a back door. And piles upon piles of trash. And,
does this alley end into anything here, or is it just like, is this place like secluded?
Well, so this alley is butt up against another row of buildings on the street adjacent to it. So it's just one long alley that ends on a street on either side. But you're about halfway down, so you're not directly exposed to people walking by. But if someone were to stop and look down the alleyway and see a group of people, they might go, "Huh, I wonder what they're doing." And, go look. But you have enough forewarning that you couldn't really be caught.
Okay. Cora's just gonna look at Yelena. He's going to just say, "I'm gonna get the door real quick."
Go right ahead.
Thieves' tools.
These tools. Dexterity.
Thieves' tools, dexterity.
It's like you're good at these.
Usually.
Usually.
Sure, I'll blow inspiration on this.
Okay. You make short work of that lock. As a matter of fact, when you start working on it, there's a brief moment where you figure out someone's actually damaged it, already having broken in, and it makes getting it open a little bit easier.
Or is going to say as he makes short work of it, someone's already busted the lock. The door's gonna open, and of course, is gonna walk in and start looking around.
Okay. The door creaks open. In front of you is a short hallway, about 15 feet long. There are 3 doors, 2 on the right, 1 on the left, and then the hallway looks like it opens up into the rest.
Let's just be quick.
The door immediately to your right and left are cracked open, like they're just kind of sitting open. Cursory glance will reveal to you the rearmost door is a water closet. The leftmost door looks like what was once a storage room of some kind for dried goods and things of that nature, but it looks like it's long since been looted.
Can I roll a perception check?
Sure thing.
I'm looking for anything that looks like it doesn't belong.
All right.
I did it. It's
You
us.
did it.
We don't belong.
You don't belong. Yeah, you are the weird things in this scenario.
Well, don't let me hug the scene. I don't know what other people are doing.
What are other people doing?
I'm gonna head into the restaurant proper and just kind of start taking a look around in there.
Okay. You know what? Apparently this is gonna keep happening. Let's do a real casual restaurant mock-up.
Hell yeah.
We're gonna do the rest of the session here and then fight the hag next session.
In the restaurant.
Fight in the restaurant, whilst also cooking a buffet.
We
This hot
reopen
man
it and we
favorite
just
terrain.
we're just gonna make a menu on the side, and we're just gonna like name all the meals after the children we're looking for, but they're just gonna be like, you know, chicken fingers and hot dogs, and the hag's gonna come up wearing a trench coat and a mustache, and she's going to order all of them, and then we're gonna throw a net over her, and that's how this is going to go. They get arrested, they go to jail, and we all live happily ever after.
Only.
Like How to Catch a Predator, but for hags.
How to catch a hag.
Why didn't you have a seat?
Do you think the core dress would work again a second time?
No.
Core and a dress.
Anyway,
What if we
what do you do?
changed your hair color?
I mean,
What are you doing, Cider?
I suppose the question, did Core change out of the dress before we encountered the hag?
Yes, I changed out of the dress.
But it might work a second time because only the straw man saw you in the dress.
I mean, that is an important question. That matters quite a bit, I'm just saying.
Core.
Oh,
Man, I forgot that he was dressed in that dress in this entire time. That means that I went to the lizard folk dressed in the. I look like the custom character created character for the lizard folk scene, and he said nothing about it. What a good friend.
Yep. I mean, he was looking at you, and no one else was acting weird about it, so he just didn't act weird about it.
That means that the bartender also saw. What a good bartender. He really needed that business.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
He's no longer in the dress, though.
My favorite part is when we went to the hotel and the bartender there served you drinks and didn't question anything.
Anyway. Core's gonna start checking one of the back rooms here. I don't know what you want to do, Cider. Lena's going to the restaurant proper.
I'm gonna join Yelena going to the restaurant.
Oh, hey then. I'm just gonna do some casual decoration. Okay, so we got Core going into the back, and Yelena and Abba and Nero going to the proper. Not exactly the scale. For the record, fun fact: this restaurant is based off of, because I decided in the moment, this restaurant is based off of the first restaurant I ever worked in. Small little Italian place that had a very corrupt boss. For the record, if you ever work in a place where the guy is a retired cop and some of the most prominent customers are mob, you probably are working for a dude that's taking money to look away from things. I'm just saying.
Johnny Prosciutto.
Food was pretty good.
Real question is, did they tip well?
Yes. Are you kidding me? Outrageously. If the servers in that restaurant literally fought one another to get those tables. because serving one of them on a Friday night usually meant leaving with a $300. Yeah, I'm not even exaggerating. Yeah, quick side note, out of the game. Yeah, I started as a busboy, and they tipped the busboys $50, by the way, which was still great. And then eventually got promoted to a server when I started serving because because I worked directly under the server that served them the most. So I knew exactly how to handle the orders. And if you got something wrong, they hated you. But if you got everything right, they tipped you very generously. Well, when I got promoted, I started serving them a lot. So on Friday nights, you average between like $250 and $500, depending on how big the party is. They tip insanely generously. And as a server, when your tips are your money, especially in the States where you don't get paid a living wage, it's great. Anyway, back in the game. Yelena, Haba, Nero. You go into the restaurant proper. It's a pretty quaint place. It would probably seat about 50 or so. There's a small little bartending area. There is an open panel. There's like a half wall that you can look into the area where there are large open ovens and a workplace for the chefs to be cooking, so people can watch as food is being prepared. Open areas here. Small bar is here. Several of the tables have been turned over. Many of the chairs have been broken or sort of off to the side. Where it looks like they were once upon a time stacked, but someone has either thrown them over or just broken them up. I will take either an investigation check or a perception check from either. Or both. Or I'll take one with help. Granted, since there's three of you, I'm looking at least 2 rolls anyway.
Yeah.
Do you want me to roll for this too? Oh wait, no, never mind. That's
Yeah, I was gonna say. I think it's me and Yelena.
Yeah, Habanero and Yelena.
Yeah, when you said 3, I was confused for a second.
Nope. You're in the back.
Nero's gonna help Haba.
Okay.
I will look around by myself.
Okay.
Give me those rolls.
Yep. Oh, that was supposed to be his Haba, but that's fine. There we go.
Come on, roll 20. Show me those numbers.
I still haven't seen Yelena's pop up, but I've rolled my first. My roll.
I haven't seen either of yours.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I rolled a 15.
I rolled a 13.
Okay, were they both perception checks?
Or mine was.
Mine was an investigation check.
There they are.
Yep.
Yeah, roll 20 for the record. Roll 20 has been having some issues in the last 48 hours. So,
Completely down last night.
Yes, it was. And earlier that morning. Luckily, I had a window long enough to play my other game. Okay. So you guys are out there and about. So Yelena, you noticed a couple of things, which is just looking around. You can tell that they're the way some tables are arranged in a corner, mostly the drop cloths, the way they've been moved, they're purposely covering up a section. So there are a couple of tables just pushed into the corner, and the drop cloths block any view of what would be underneath and in that corner. And you can just very easily see that. That kind of stands out. Haba, looking around, you can tell, being a bit closer in your observations, that a lot of the dust in this place is settled, and it is very clear there is a trail that has been disturbed through the dust, leading into Funnily enough, the same corner you see Yelena looking at, and back into one of the back rooms. So here, I will draw a little trail for you.
Just double check. Are we supposed to be on something other than the main?
I guess I haven't moved you. That's awkward.
Wasn't sure if Roll20 was just being,
Here you go.
There it is.
I thought I dragged you.
He's all good.
I assume this is the dust trail.
Yes. Yeah, so the blue trail is the dust trail. The red areas are the one on the right is the bar. The one on the left is the open view cooking area, the kitchen. Thank you. Good morning, Daisy. Yeah, and that is a trail marker. We will get the boys out. Apparently, we won't get the boys out because Roll20. Oh, hang on.
Yes.
They're triplets.
They're both
Third
fine.
one.
Oh no.
I think kind of probably seeing that Hava and Nera's investigation led them to kind of the same area. Yelena's gonna walk over to where this place is covered up and kneel down to take a look,
Yeah, we'll help.
see what's hiding underneath.
Okay. Looking at the area underneath the tables, you see that there is an unfurled bedroll, very clearly used, quite heavily, torn in some places, not in the best condition. Tucked away in the corner, you can see there are several jars of preserved food. There's an empty. There's a backpack leaned up in the corner, and there appears to be a small, relatively beat up looking little like small pocket book that is partially tucked underneath the pillow of the bedroll. Definitely looks like someone's been staying here for a period of time.
I'm gonna reach in and take the pocketbook and start looking through it.
Okay. Inside, in relatively sloppy common, are what looks like just it's a book full of small observations and kind of like day-to-day activities. It looks like a journal.
She'll kind of flip to the last pages that have writing, see if anything interesting is on them.
Okay. Well, in classic fashion, you flip to the last page, where you see what appears to be not the last page, but the last entry, what appears to be the last entry of this journal. And it says very simply, "The creature following me looks like it is going to make its move soon. I'm going to try to trap it. Hopefully this goes well, and it'll leave me and my friends alone." And that was the last entry.
I think it's pretty safe to say that this is where Hatton's been staying. This is a journal of his. I think he was going to try to trap the straw man. So kind of slide the book back down under the pillow. For now. Do you see anything else?
Backpack, bedroll, pocketbook, a couple of jars of preserved food, and that was it.
She's asking Hava and Nero because I don't think she's
Yeah.
the dust trail, right?
No, yeah, you didn't notice.
It's mostly the dust. We found a dust trail, but it just led us over here.
To a closed and locked door.
take a
We,
look.
yeah.
Meanwhile, in the back with Core and Estella. And Estella's
Estella,
sort
who-
of been meandering and just kind of like looking at things, kind of idly poking at stuff.
I was about to make the cardboard cutout joke. Just dragging it along. Okay. So what's on this side now that I'm actually looking at this? You
When
said
you
there were a few doors that were just like left open, right?
well, so here, allow me. So you guys entered from back here. So there was a water closet. What looks like dry food storage, or just dry storage in general. There is a locked door here, and a closed door here.
Yeah, I think you're on the GM layer.
I am. No, I'm on the. Hang on, I'm on the token layer.
Okay. So water closet.
Oh
I'm not
no,
sure
it's
what that
sorry, the server is having issues again. That's why.
is. Wonderful world.
You might just get a slew of pings all of a sudden.
I assume the one with the blue line attached is the locked door, since we know that. The other one is
Yeah.
closed.
So here, because the pinging is unreliable, I'll just make labels. I know my server's been interrupted. Can you just move so I can change the color of my text, please? No. Okay, cool.
Yep.
No,
Thanks.
no mercy. There we go. I can see the wonderful text.
Okay. Those are the places that you're aware of so far.
Okay, so I guess we start with the water closet, and we look in there, and what's in that?
There is a toilet, and a sink, and a mirror, and not a whole lot else.
Not a lot to look at.
Nope.
What about the dry storage?
There are several shelves in here that are mostly all empty. It looks like people have come and gone and taken a lot of the goods here already. Anything that might have been left behind. The only things that are left is that on one of the wooden shelves there are still 3 or 4 bags of flour, but it looks like they've got some dark mold growing on them. Probably why they were just left here.
Okay. Make our way here.
Okay. Wooden door. It is locked.
Okay. The door is locked. Is this door also locked?
Yes, it is.
And this door.
So it's a doorway. There is no door though. It's just an open. It's an open entryway into the back of the restaurant.
And we came in through right here.
Yes, through the rear.
All right. So Core's going to ignore those locked doors for the time being as he makes his way here, being very, very, very careful.
Yep.
Paying attention to like what's above him and also below him.
Okay. There are lots of cobwebs. There is dust, basically a fine layer of dust covering everything. But when you come into this back area, it's if you've been into many restaurants, it looks like a large food preparation area, an area for cleaning dishes and things of that nature. There are 2 large tub sinks. There are a couple of ovens, a couple of extra ovens. There's a small stove. Except what is very painfully clear when you sort of walk in here, there looks like there was something that happened back here. Because the stove is partially just raggedly blown out on one corner and blackened and charred. And there looks like there was a small, like, localized fire in this area at some point that has been put out. Several things that were probably resting, like, on top of the sinks and on some of the prep tables are just sort of cast all over the room. Someone looks like someone, like, let a bull off in here, or, like, there was a panic and a fire or a fight or something.
Does it look recent?
Make an investigation check. You may have advantage.
That's a 15.
Okay. Looking at some of the signs of the fire, it does look like it was probably at least in the last 2 weeks.
Okay, and there's no way that this restaurant's been abandoned for only just 2 weeks, so something actually happened here.
Yeah. That's a fair assumption to make.
Interesting that this entire building isn't burnt down at that. Core is going to look towards Estella and is going to say, Queen, why don't you take a look around here? There were some locked doors. I'm going to jimmy them open.
Okay.
Which store do we start with? All right.
About this time, we see Core begin meddling with the door that has the dust trail leading to it.
Mhm. Yeah, it's like you're still, like, just putting the book back when you see Haba slowly following the trail, and he just sort of suddenly looks up and Core is right there at the door.
Oh. Well,
What's up?
I see we're going to the same place. Kind of.
Sure am.
Careful. It seems like he was trying to trap the creature that was chasing him.
Are you sure you don't mean set on fire and throw in the oven? Hang on. I'm going to investigate the door.
Okay. Investigate the door, please.
Tell me your secret story.
I hit a lot of people on the way out.
No.
Okay, anything funny with it?
I'm waiting for the number.
I rolled
There it
18.
is.
Jeez, roll 20.
Yeah, I know.
Wow, look at all those pigs! Ah!
All right, a 16. You take a moment to look it over, and it would have been pretty easy to miss the first time because everything is just kind of grimy. Some of the paint's dark, and, flaked off in certain places. But on the higher part of the door frame, there does look to be, like, something that is similar, or what you'd expect to kind of be a handprint that was left behind by some soot.
Okay. So there's a handprint.
Mm-hmm.
What does it look like it belongs to?
Something humanoid.
Is it like a child's? Is it like
No, it's it is more average. You'd assume an adult of some kind.
Okay, so Core is going to assume that there's going to be some nonsense similar to what he rigged up. So I'm gonna just try to unlock the door to the best of my abilities.
Okay, well, unlock the door. So thieves' tools check, dexterity, please.
Thieves' tools, dexterity. Let's go. Oh, there we go.
That's really good.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
All right. This lock, unlike the back door, was not damaged. So it was a decent lock. But no challenge for you. You manage to undo it with deft hands, and the door is unlocked. Unlocked.
All right. I've got a sneaking suspicion that there's a fun surprise waiting for us on the other side.
Fun surprises seem to be your area of expertise.
I love my life. It's good and wholesome and not filled with terrible. As he opens the door.
Okay. The interior of this room is fairly simple. On the northern side, there is a desk and a chair. On the southern side, a small bookshelf and a cabinet. But the most obvious thing to catch your eye is the fact that in the chair, there appears to be a green cloaked figure sitting in the chair.
Hmm.
Is it moving?
Core just stops mid-sentence and is just like gripping the doorknob of this. And he's just stopped and he's just not saying anything and he's just staring into the room like he's like it's some kind of like SCP protocol or something.
Doesn't appear to be moving. What do you do?
Core is going to say green cloak.
Nero starts unsheathing the greatsword.
Don't do anything hasty. Let's just figure this out first. You know what? Fine. We'll take the bait. I love cliches. Core is going to just slowly approach.
Okay.
Looking up towards the ceiling first to see if there's like any other surprises.
It's a good check. There's nothing on the ceiling.
And he'll just make his way close to the cloaked figure that's not moving.
Okay. You get over to the figure. What do you do? Are you just getting closer?
I think
Closer?
Core's actually just gonna reach for the cloak.
Okay.
And I think he's gonna try to, unmask.
Scooby-Doo villain him.
Yeah.
Camp, yeah, absolutely. Old Man Jenkins waiting for me here.
Okay. You begin to reach out for him to unhood the figure, to reveal his identity. And its head whips around, and in a menacing grin, it begins to screech.
Oh. We're doing this.
Yeah, we are. Damn it.
Core just immediately looks at it and he's just like, "Oh my god, it's David Dryman. I love your work."
Funnily enough, I actually
Core
don't
just
have to change anything here.
Core gets impaled to a base boosted get down with the sickness.
Oh.
Please roll initiative, or I'm giving greater reason to hurt you.
Understandable.
Devin won't go to heaven.
killing your doubles.
Yeah. Wait, that's not what I wanted.
Well, the good news is Hatner is pretty good at this, apparently.
Yeah.
It might be safe still.
Apparently,
rolled a
you can
17.
defeat him by just locking him in a room.
What's he gonna do? Break down the door with his straw arms?
I don't know. He messed y'all up pretty badly with those straw arms last time. But then again, there was also the grenade.
There was also a grenade involved, yes.
Oh, I wrote a 17 again. Well, I mean, it makes things easier. Don't have to change it.
Yep. Murder the double.
Hang on,
Okay, that's
that was,
everybody. But we're gonna take a break right here.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that works.
We're gonna take about 5 minutes, so 15-ish past to come back, and we're gonna pick up with this.
Okay.
As you've discovered another straw man.
Another one.
And another.
It's just another way to die.
Hate their arguments.
Hatner's gonna come in and he's gonna get the killing blow on this one.
It's gonna be
And he's-
like, you've been stricken by my plan.
Why'd you open the door?
It's a world of confusion.
Please stop.
Only if you give me inspiration.
And you thought I was the one that makes the bad puns. It's all of us.
I refuse to negotiate with terrorists.
Okay, I'll stop.
I will put you in a pool of negative inspiration.
Yes.
You're now at -2.
Sorry, aha, I did it. I'll be right back.
Yeah. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes, and then we'll pick up here at a fight, big old fight. Be back.
I return.
Welcome back.
Well, I guess Core was right about there being multiple.
That was a good guess on his part. Daisy, that bird is not a snack.
The only way that we're going to be able to defeat the band known as Disturbed is if we go to another band and enlist their aid for help. Does anyone have any suggestions?
We're open to auditions. I mean, suggestions.
We must call
Yes.
upon the old gods, the Daft Punk.
2 Warforged appear to help you win the battle.
That's why they retired. It was so they could play in a long-term D&D campaign.
I believe it.
I mean, isn't that just like the dream to be able to quit all work so that you can play D&D?
Yes. That's mine. Leave it alone.
Now I'm like starting to wish it was like actually a dead child beneath the cloak instead of a boss fight. That's a sentence.
Yeah, well, you know, I gave you forewarning, and here we are.
Well, you know what?
On another makeshift battle map. Getting ready to fight another strawman.
It's okay.
Could be worse. Now we just wait on the Mr. Haba and the Mr. Narrow. Oh no. Map, what happened to you?
The same thing that happens to all maps.
Death?
Usually.
Oh, fair.
He's not screeching at us so much as he is using his showering gun to do things to us. Look at those. Look at that shining eye.
But it has no spinning Tomo in it. What are you going to do?
I don't know. Do we have budget for that?
No, not at all.
Not at all. Okay.
Not even close. Like maybe in another 25 subs.
Okay.
Look with your special eyes. My brand.
I am back. Sorry about that. I had to actually go to the bathroom.
Oh, that's A-okay. You know, biological urges important to take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Why we have those.
Yep.
But just in time to come back to you know, participate in this.
participate in the combating.
To precipitate.
Precipitation. Apparel.
Refresh the page because I only see 3 people in initiative. I still only see 3 people in initiative. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I don't see. Does he just not have an initiative turn because he's tied up?
My initiative. My initiative is full, but maybe if I cycle through it.
No,
we're just seeing us.
I only see 3 people. I see Yelena, I see Haba, and I see Core.
Yep, same. Nero doesn't get his own initiative. As well, he just goes on Haba's turn.
Okay.
It's the
Right. We knew that.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So we'll do
There's the strong man.
Oh, look at him. Oh, he's fast.
Rolled for them.
Man, I've got a +8 to my initiative, and I'm still not going before anyone.
I can't wait for him to just pimp slap Corn and run out the door, and we're chasing another one down the street.
That's not our problem. That's the guard's problem at that point.
Wait, so who's missing from the initiative?
No one now.
Estella.
Estella. Yeah. Oh yeah, Estella.
Okay, I'll roll Estella back in. What happened was the old initiative. With the I rolled the exact same thing twice. Okay, can you see Estella now?
Yes.
Okay, so everyone's present in the count of 4. We have 5 party members and Strawman.
Yep.
Okay, then we're good. No, not Straw. All right. Well, let me to start up the music. So we're going to open up the combat with the Straw Man screeching. He's going to use his Shriek ability. And then we will proceed as normal.
Okay.
So I need a wisdom save from all 5 of you.
I did it.
I will blow inspiration. That helped.
Oh no. Second one's for Nero, by the way.
I see roll 20 is doing a thing. I rolled a 12 initially, and then inspiration into a nat 20, 22.
Ooh. Well, that's a success. Estella likewise succeeds.
I have no idea what the DC is, so I'm going to assume I have failed.
Report the number to me and I will tell you.
The number is a 13.
That is a failure, yes.
Ah. Okay.
What was Haba and Nero?
Haba's was a 9, Nero's was a 14.
Both of those are failures.
Oh no.
So Estella and Yelena are fine. Everyone else is currently stunned.
Oh, this reminds me.
Yeah.
I was actually corrected about the stun condition during one of my own sessions when a similar situation came up. You can, in fact, contest ability checks while you are stunned. Which means I was wrong and you were right, so I apologize.
I'll be completely honest with you, I don't even remember this coming up.
The straw man rolled athletics against me while I was stunned. Because the straw man thought I was a child in a dress.
Right.
And I was like, no, I can't resist.
Oh,
I have to throw myself into those big strawy arms.
Yeah, I mean, that's weird. Like, by raw, yes. But I think by, as intended, it seems silly that someone who is stunned who would automatically fail saving throws of a like kind automatically. I think it's weird that you could still somehow do it for the ability checks. So I don't necessarily disagree with your statement.
Yep.
And given,
I'm
you
just
know,
talking from a
final say and
just
all.
purely a raw perspective.
Yeah, well, Raw sucks sometimes. Anyway,
I like
Yeah,
SmackDown better too.
Yeah, SmackDown's better.
anyway, we're gonna start at the top of the initiative now with Yelena, who
Alright.
you are not stunned despite this high-pitched shriek that this creature has emanated.
Gonna start by igniting her blades
Good choice. Good choice.
and running straight at the creature.
Classic.
Fancy gymnastics this time. Just gonna slice twice at it.
Both will hit.
And Bardic dice to do a defensive. I get 1 AC for the turn.
big,
One extra
huge.
damage.
And before I forget, this other feature that the Strawman was supposed to have the last combat, which I completely forgot about. As you attack it, it has these annoyingly bristly, needle-like pieces of straw that when you strike it, stab you back. You're going to take 4 piercing damage for having attacked it twice.
That is her turn.
Okay. Moving on. Strawman. Well, the Strawman does not like that he has been trapped in here. Nor does he like interlopers. Nor does he like flaming swords. I think, honestly, Yelena has just painted a big old target on herself. So I think he's just going to attack Yelena. I'm going to go for the classic claw bite. Both of the claws will miss. Because I rolled a 6 and a 7.
Sitting at a 17 AC right now.
And the follow-up bite will just hit. It's a shame that had you literally rolled anything other than a 1, all 3 attacks would have missed. But
Hurts you D6.
But the bite connects in this horrific manner as its face distends, and you get a glimpse inside of this shadowed green hooded figure as it has a partially humanoid face, and you watch as its jaw detaches and it snaps onto your shoulder. You will take 11 points of piercing damage.
Ouch.
And then it is going to force its way out of the room, provoking an attack of opportunity from you, Yelena.
I will take it. Ooh. Caught off guard by that bite.
Yeah. It is a panicked swing, and it misses. Estella. Not entirely certain what is going on. We'll exit the back space, enter the hallway, see a green-cloaked figure, having heard the shriek, knows bad news, is going to look at Strawman and is going to give him one of these.
And another one.
And another one.
And another one.
And then another one.
We'll see what the what those other 2 results are. Oh wow, that 8.
Could have been worse. But those are 2 hits. Could have been way better. Wow. I'm sorry, Sam. A shriek of fiery bolts race down the hallway and strike the creature in its back, igniting parts of its cloak and its straw-like body. And it is not happy about it. Hang on, doing some catch-up math. Sorry, I really think the song distracted me. Wow, that was really bad. Okay, wow, that's a nice round number. Okay. Well, that's all she's got. Haba, Nero, and Core, you guys are stunned, but at the end of your turn, you will no longer be. Which is gonna rush us right back to Yelena.
Keep her swords ignited. Rush out of the room. As she's kind of running by, she's gonna take another 2 quick slashes against this thing. And she will again defensive flourish on the one that hit. Much higher.
Ooh, much better.
And using her extra movement from she'll step right in front of it.
Okay. That's a solid hit. The flaming scimitar cutting through part of his body. Again, just fire licking up from underneath the cloak now. Days mean basic math. We get along great. Other days, not so much. No, that's not right. There we go. Okay. Well, Straw Man. The Shriek ability does not recharge. Yelena has gotten in his way yet again.
Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to do something with my bonus action. Keep forgetting that I don't use that for this extra attack.
You don't.
If you mind.
This one time. This time from going on forward, you need to remember.
My bad. She's just gonna healing word herself.
Okay, that's fine. And it's all good. But I Spider-Man. Everybody gets one.
I will be sure to remember.
Otherwise, remembering is muy importante, because then it starts to could kill someone later. Okay, well, you're in its way. It really doesn't like you, so it's going to do the hat trick again. This time against a much higher AC.
21.
The natural 2 is going to miss, but the natural 17 will hit. And then it's going to follow up with bite, which will miss. So just the claw. For 9 points of slashing damage.
Oh yes, I did probably take damage from hitting him, right?
Oh yes, thank you. He is a prickly boy. That's where you're putting it. 6 piercing.
Sorry, Quinn.
No, and for the record, I appreciate that.
Yep.
My monsters get way more complicated further down the line, and I forget mechanics all the time. So I actually appreciate it when people remind me, even if it is not to your benefit.
The attack that hit brought her into her actual HP.
Okay.
So she's at 0 resolve right now.
All right. Well, it's done its thing, and it doesn't really have any great vested interest in sticking around. It's going to continue fleeing. It's going to get out the door. And it's going to begin running down the alleyway. It will provoke yet another attack of opportunity.
She will not take this because she is pretty shaken right now.
Okay.
Oh, he's scrambling.
Okay. Stella's turn. Stella, unfortunately, cannot get out the door in order to get a line of sight on this guy. So I think the only reasonable choice is for Stella to dash to get out into the alleyway, to be able to see it, to ready herself for an attack next turn. Haba.
Alright. Haba is going to invoke the move edict
The move.
on Nero with, yeah. So that's Haba's bonus action.
Mm-hmm.
So Nero can now dash as a bonus action, which he's he's going to do.
Okay.
40 feet to get out the door.
Mm-hmm. Nero, bust a move.
Yeah, bust a move. And then Nero's going to use his action to swing.
Okay.
Does 14 hit?
It does not.
Ah, dang. Okay. In that case, Haba is going to move 30 feet this way as well, and then let's see. I don't know if I have anything I can really throw onto you. It's, I don't know. Oh, yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay.
I would like to do a thing.
Well, perfect timing, Core. It's your turn. What would you like to do?
As well, off of my turn.
Oh, sure. Well, what would you like to do?
So, as Haba and Nero move away from this,
Mm-hmm.
Core would like to try to also kind of poof and make himself a little bit smaller, a little bit harder to kind of find. If that would be fine.
Sure.
Okay.
That is how that works.
Yep. We can talk about like the wording on this too, because I'm not sure if like this is the intended use.
Yeah, I see. I already see what you mean.
Yeah.
Because you're using it against one of your allies, which is.
I'm using it like as an opportunity to like maybe try to capitalize upon a situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like it's fun for now. Just roll with it.
Yep. So Core, like not to be too cheesy, he like literally moves here, ducks around, and then pushes himself up against the wall here, tucking and rolling.
Okay.
As they kind of begin doing this, then his turn will come up.
It will.
Yeah, I don't even think I have like enough movement to like really get to them anyway because I'm a halfling. So Core is going to come back around the corner, move here, bonus action, dash, kind of giving Yelena a bit of a look, since they're just really messed up at the moment. And get within melee range.
All right.
Actually, no.
No.
Yeah, no, because I remembered something.
What'd you remember?
Core will get here. Chroma Cloth is key to fire.
Okay.
We lob that at them.
All right.
Let's see what the sling says. Yeah, yeet.
The 15 hits.
Awesome. Let me roll my sneak attack. That's going to be 16 points of fire damage.
Oof.
Ooh.
That was a good hit. Where the giant's knife sort of slashes through the air and catches what Nero thought was center mass, and instead just cuts through part of the green cloak. But the ember sling sort of just the bullet just flies through the air and catches it in the space where the cloak is now opened up, striking it internally, much more of the straw man igniting.
And then Core is going to get in melee range.
Okay.
You know. Get ready to mess him up.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, that's I think that's going to be the entirety of his turn.
I mean, yeah, that's everything. That was the turn before reaction, then on your turn action, bonus action, and almost all of your movement except 5 feet, I think.
I mean, if
I think you did it.
Like he's not holding anything, so you know, that's the extent of everything.
In which case, we're on Yelena.
I'm gonna switch to Jig, but before she does anything else, she's going to kind of take a moment, take a deep breath, and focus herself, give herself a little bit of healing with a healing word.
Mhm.
And she's seen what this thing does when she gets close and slashes it, and she knows she can't take too much more of that, so she's going to produce a ball of flame in her hands and lob it at it.
Okay. Give me the produce flame. That'd be a hit.
She will step out to be closer, but not getting in melee range.
All right.
That is her turn.
All right. Gonna see if Shriek recharges. It does. Ooh.
Why do you do this?
I do nothing. The dice do it to you. It is going to take this opportunity to claw once at Nero and once at Core. Let's see. I think the modified 20 will hit Nero.
Yes, it will.
Does the 16 hit you, Core?
16 is my AC. That is a match.
Okay. So for Nero, you're going to take 11 points of slashing damage.
Ooh, okay.
And Core, a lesser 6 points of slashing damage. As it just sort of spins in a dervish of sharp razor-like claws, raking across both of you. And then before it spins to continue its retreat, its head whips up into the air, and you just begin to hear the gurgling reverberations echo through its wooden skeletal frame, and that horrible shrieking sound enter the air again. I need wisdom saves from all 5.
All right, this one's from Haba.
Never gonna live that down.
I'm gonna blow inspiration again.
I am gonna
This one
hope I can
is
roll
Nero's.
pretty high. Nope.
14 for Nero.
Let's see. Basically, if you've rolled below a 15, it's a failure.
Oh no, I think we all failed.
That looks like a whole group failure.
That's group stun.
Hey, well, I was gonna, I'm not gonna bother with the status effects because it's essentially going to flee 30 feet. And then the whole round is gonna go by. And then it's gonna go back to him. And then it's going to dash 60 more feet. And at this juncture, we're gonna we're just going to move this all the way over yonder. So we have a little bit more room to play with. Oh no, the water closet didn't go with.
That's okay.
Oh no, or the door. Came right off its hinges.
Yeah, I gotta say, this is like happening on like. By now it's like out of the alleyway, right?
Pretty damn near it, yeah. And we are looking at being. Yeah, so it's gonna dash more space than I even have. It'll get there. And yeah, for the sake of it, we're going to just going to draw some rough street lines so we know what we're looking at here. So the alley, hello, okay, cool, thank you. It's going to go there. And then we have the intersection of the main road. And then there just buildings in the white space. But that's what it's done. It is booking it. But we're on Estella's turn, and you know the crazy thing about mages are they've got great range. So hopefully this second Scorching Ray goes better. I'm also going to check meta magics. What do we have here? Nothing that helps. Okay. So we're just going to fire off 3 more of these. Once more, 2 of those will hit.
Those are 2 hits.
Better than last time.
But I can't roll better than below average. Again, Sam, I am so sorry.
Worst enemy. Would you like a image of a dog in a cereal bowl? The cereal is Fruity Pebbles. I'm sorry, Fruit Loops.
No, hey, I'm not interested anymore. Fruity Pebbles, I would have been down for it, but I'm not interested in Fruit Loops. It is the inferior fruity cereal, and I have very strong opinions about that. But that's that. Haba, you come too.
All right, we shake ourselves off. Haba moves forward. He is going to use his bonus action to activate the move edict again. And Nero is also going to use his action to dash.
Okay.
To move 90 feet forward.
Yep.
And just book it at him.
Gets you right there. Yeah.
Yep. And then I was just gonna move forward 30 feet. Wait, let me make sure I should maybe go cast a spell. No, nothing in range. That's fine.
Okay.
Yep.
Core.
Okay, so I have a target that is running away. Cora looks towards Yelena, and I think he takes a look at the bite. How's she looking?
Angry.
Angry? Okay. What is the preferred range of a sling? 30 feet. I don't know if I can make that happen. Core is going to dash 45 feet. Alright, well. Actually no, why would I dash? I'm sorry. I was right here. How many feet away is that? 95 feet? Okay, Core. Core is going to plant his feet on the ground. And he's going to begin spinning the sling. And we're going to take the cunning action, aim action.
There it is.
And we are going to try to lob it.
Okay. Wow.
That's a hit.
Yeah, it is.
Let me roll that 2d6. Because we actually get a sneak attack.
You do, because Nero rushed in.
14 points of damage.
Okay.
All fire.
You take position as you're sort of watching everyone begin just pursuit of the straw man down the alleyway. Having flashbacks to the earlier chase that you just recovered from the night before. And you take aim, rolling up the sling and getting it ready, and you just wait, taking a deep breath, and then you just lob this fiery bullet into the air and you just watch it sail. And as it's breaking away, Nero just catching up to it, with the greatsword getting ready to attack, you watch as it just sort of sails down and catches it right in the back of the head, and instead of continuing to run, it stumbles and rolls and lands face down and does not move.
Core just kind of just remains still looking at it, narrowing his eyes. And I think he just punctuates the statement by saying, "So that's 2."
There's gonna be more.
And that's a pretty nasty bite, Blue.
It is what it is.
Do you mind holding still?
I'll be alright.
I can actually help with this.
Core's gonna tug on his bead.
Oh,
What is it again? Did I have to roll religion?
Yep.
Oof. What happens?
Nothing. You clutch onto the bead, knowing what magical power lies within, and no magic is conjured forth.
Core almost looks like he wants to smack the necklace before he just kind of takes a deep breath with frustration. All right, Haba.
oh, right. Let me just see. He kind of rubs his hands together, and they kind of glow with a very calming silver light. I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds.
Not bad. Not bad.
Heal you for 7. Yeah.
Much better. Thank you. We should make sure
No
that
problem.
he's dead.
As you look, and you see Nero winding back to just start laying into this corpse.
Meanwhile, down the alleyway.
I'm sure that's not gonna look off-putting at anybody who's like looking 70 feet down an alleyway. Just a man going to town with a greatsword there, just be like acting like Doom Guy.
Yeah, there is a small crowd at the end of the alleyway. There was like 4 or 5 people that have sort of gathered or watching, just like,
I'm breaking it apart much like you would break apart a chicken carcass.
Core's got a pretty bad like passive perception. I don't think he's going to see that. Like it's just going out of the background. He's like, man, that was pretty close.
yeah. You're really upset at the prayer beads right now, and you're just like, stupid prayer beads, why wouldn't you work? And just in the background is just, again, just Nero just going to town on this thing, like embedding the giant knife into the ground and cracking limbs off. Like, it's pretty gruesome looking at
The
it.
worst part about it is it just looks like a giant like cooking knife at that too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Like I said, much like breaking down a chicken carcass. You gotta get the legs and then the wings and whatnot.
It's weird, but it's happening.
Yeah, Go. Of course, way too distracted about that. He's been thinking about the second district a lot and these prayer beads, and he's just like looking at it, and he just looks really aggravated with it.
I think that Nero is drawing a crowd.
Yeah. Estelle's like, I don't think that's good.
Haba just starts running down the street towards Nero, yelling, "No, no, 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 no!"
Core is going to grab Haba by the arm, and he's just going to say, "If you're really creative, you can play it off like a circus act. Just do something."
Oh, I can't wait for this. Yeah, come on. Play it off like a circus act. Please.
It's not a murder. It's a performance piece.
Nero just looks up. It's like, oh, this was it got out of the kitchen. Everything's fine now. As he's holding up an arm. If it helps, it's mostly plant. That doesn't help, Nero.
A couple of people have now, at a quickened pace, run away. With several more people, like, very carefully backing away from the scenario. So, what else are you doing? You're in an alleyway with a chopped up body. Because, for the record, like the last one, this one also has grotesque amount of corpse pieces worked into it. And it has more of a humanoid face than the last one too, which is even worse.
Can I make an investigation
I like how
check?
you haven't even bothered to like check the body to see like what's going on with it.
Yeah, I'm checking now.
I got the perfect music for this.
The track I'm literally playing right now is called Autopsy.
Oh god.
Wish I could make this up. I didn't. I selected the track because I knew this would be coming again.
Can we I'm gonna have Nero help Hava in investigating. We don't know this corpse face, do we?
Oh yeah, that's a great question. You should maybe investigate, yeah.
What does a 14 tell me?
A 14 tells you that after looking at it, its features are too rugged that it is not an elf. It doesn't display any of the genetic markers for being an orcish. Given how broad it is, you suspect it might be a dwarf. But you can tell where there was once a beard, it was shaved completely off. You don't recognize it, but you do know at the very least the head was once dwarvish. The rest of the parts used, you're not entirely certain. A bell begins to sound off in the distance.
That doesn't sound good. No, I wonder why. You really need to think before you do things. I just didn't want it getting up and running off again.
He says, holding up his legs.
Do we wait for the guards, or do we get out of here? And Haba's looking at Cora and Yelena.
Cora's just like giving him like a deadpan look and then stares into the camera.
Running it makes us look more guilty. We're an easily recognizable bunch.
I really, really, really don't like having to talk to authorities. At all. Why don't you find that wooden skeleton thing?
We just found parts of it, all right.
lucky that we are still in this district. This will at least be a little easy to explain.
At this point, a couple of more faces have sort of popped up at the end of the alley. Despite some people being very alarmed, you know, there's just that incident where you see like a really gruesome accident. There are always people that are mildly attracted to it. So there's just a lot of people just sort of cautiously observing from like the 60-foot distance. And eventually you see a woman push her way through the crowd. And she stands out because she is wearing a very familiar crimson-colored cloak, which you've seen on and off from a couple of people here, except it's tattered, and it barely even goes down to her shoulders. She has a broad-brimmed brown hat with what looks like these unusual metallic tubes around the band, metal breastplate, and she comes with something she's got sort of slung up over her shoulder very nonchalantly, and she comes sort of just walking down the alleyway like this is another Tuesday. All right, everybody. So I heard from some people down the street that there was a commotion down in this alleyway. So I've come to check out to see what exactly is happening. Now, it looks like you're dismantling a body. And while I personally don't take any offense to that, a lot of people here do. And I'm told I'm supposed to upkeep some decent laws so people can live and feel safe here. So you want to explain yourselves?
Sure, I guess I can do the talking.
Oh, that's probably better.
Yeah, now considering that you're the idiot who got us into this mess.
All right, so I'm talking.
Like,
All right, so the idiot and the big mouth. All right, big mouth, continue.
yeah, all right, sure. So, this thing, clarifying, not a person. It's a monster.
I mean, I'd agree with you. It doesn't look like much of a person anymore.
Doesn't look like much of a person anymore.
No.
So going through my list of names, sorry. We're working with the some of the red cloaks in the 1st district. Do you know Quill?
Feathers? Yeah, I know him.
Yeah. So we're working with them.
Yeah. She kind of just looks down at the beat up cloak she's wearing. Continue.
There is a hag who is making things like this,
Terrible.
and it's abducting kids.
Terrible.
Yeah. This is the 2nd one.
There was more than one.
Yeah, there's more than one. We actually talked to some red cloaks the other night about this. Those two, familiar with one of them. Core gives a description of them: a tiefling and a human. I don't think I actually got names, but Core describes the people that I ran into last night.
Those were not red cloaks. Those were peacekeepers.
Ah, peacekeepers. Okay, my
They
mistake.
are different.
Right, I misspoke. Core describes the peacekeepers they ran into last night.
Not familiar with them, to be quite honest with you. There's a lot of them, if you want. Reasonable.
It's fair. It's a big city. So,
Indeed.
Yeah. This is. I mean, this is just the gist of the situation. we were following a lead, and this thing happened to just be skulking around.
Right. And it's dead now, I assume.
Probably not. That's why he's hacking it apart.
That's fair. That's why you would hack up a body in the middle of the alley in broad daylight, right?
Well, he's an idiot, like I said.
I mean, yes, that is his name.
Anyway, so I said this monster was making these monsters. They've got something in them that's etched. They look like runes.
Sure.
Out of character, does this thing have like straw?
Yeah. The clothes are packed with straw. A lot of it's burned away, but yeah, like these things are in fact, they are more or less animate scarecrows.
Yeah.
Easiest way to describe it.
Yeah. There's like some type of wooden frame in there amidst the straw and the, I don't know. Listen, I don't know what to tell you. This is what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I'm listening, and I'll be honest with you, it doesn't sound good from your perspective, but I can clearly see here this wasn't a person, like some people were concerned. So, I mean, at the very least, don't have to worry about, arresting any of you, as much as it would have entertained me for the morning.
Yeah. Look, all I can tell you is it was going to run into a busy street. And I mean, this thing, it bites. It's got claws.
Yeah, I can see that. Well, the claws. I mean, it's got teeth, but bad teeth?
Anyway. I guess introductions are in order. I'm Core.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Pleasure. What about Idiot 1 and 2? Do you have names?
I'm Haba, and that's Nero. I'm really sorry about him.
And I'm Estella. Well, I suppose everyone else has introduced themselves. You can just call me Gallo. I'm an adjutant, one of the few that protect the district here. I'm also a bounty hunter in my spare time. If you're working with Quill, you might as well bring this to him. You could probably do something with it. Given that I know you aren't in fact murdering a person back here anymore, this really isn't my problem.
I suppose we'll be on our way then. Stop taking up any more of your time.
That'd be wise. And might I suggest wrapping this up in a sack or something, so you're not just scaring people on the street. Not often there's a mutilated pieces of a person, being dragged around town. You understand?
You said you're a bounty hunter, right?
By trade, yeah. Find people, arrest people, sometimes kill people, get paid for it.
I get you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have any interest in finding those kids that these things are after?
Well, yeah. If you'd understand, we as a group kind of have a bit of investment with kids in the streets here.
That makes two of us, if not all of us. I don't mind passing some of the information along to you.
Yeah.
you think it'll help?
If you tell one of us, it tends to get passed around. I'll be honest with you, probably better you don't tell me. If you're gonna go see Feathers, just tell it to him.
Alright.
He's better at the reporting thing than I am.
Alright. Well, if you happen to see any more of these things, I haven't seen it myself, but I've heard that they can disguise themselves as people, but they can usually be distinguished by having a green cloak.
I'll keep an eye out for any suspicious green cloak wearing people. And if they turn out to be made of straw or dead people, I'll shoot them.
Fire tends to work pretty well.
Not a problem. I can handle that.
Yeah. And I mentioned a hag.
That you did. A little harder to keep an eye out for, but you know, I'm aware of a hag. I guess I'll, see if any pop up. Keep my ear to the ground for anything hag related.
Yeah, they're mostly going after kids who don't really have ties to anyone. Orphans, street rats, maybe parents who are too busy to pay mind to their kids, that sort of thing.
It's all pretty useful. I'll report it to the captain.
That's really all we got. Sorry about the mess.
Yeah, just take it with you. Other than that, no harm, no foul, really.
Alright. Well, in that case, Habanero, I guess let's try and not look like sociopaths.
That'd be appreciated.
Right.
Alright. You keep your nose clean. Don't want to have to come hunting for you guys later, you hear?
Out of curiosity, where does one find bounty hunter work in the city?
Well, you can go, there's a network through the Hunters Guild. You can ask for people work instead of monster work. Otherwise, there are a couple of taverns in every district that specialize in it. You just got to know the right places to look. Looking to get into the trade?
Something I think is worth keeping an eye on.
All right. Well, you go to the first district, there's a tavern called the Hanging Man. If you go there, it's a good starting place for bounty hunting. The bartender there, he'll get you started off right.
Thanks for the information.
Mm-hmm. All right. Hopefully I won't see you around. And
Alright.
very nonchalantly just sort of turns and just marches back out of the alley. When they get to the end, you just sort of see them like waving people off, like, everything's fine, nothing to see here, move along, just some lunatics in an alleyway, it's all right.
Everyday thing. Yulima looks at the others and says, we can probably find something to wrap it up in that restaurant, and we should at least finish looking around.
Make sure you break that stick or whatever the hell it is.
Just to the restaurant.
There's still another door that's not unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
I'm impressed enough that this kid managed to capture one of these things. I really doubt he captured two.
You want to find out?
Hell yeah.
Cora is going to, like, just say... The thing was just propped up in the chair. What the hell? I'm starting to not... This is just too much. Alright, Cora's gonna try to unlock this door.
Okay. These tools. The good news is it is a simple lock. So you do manage to undo it.
Okay.
Inside, you find a small square table with 3 chairs around it, a small elevated counter, and a couple of cabinets. It looks like a server's room or a break room. Really, nothing too crazy or unusual about it. Most of the cabinet doors are kind of already swung open, and you can see the interior is mostly empty. You're welcome to make an investigation check to see if there's anything people missed.
Sure.
That's pretty good. So you spend a little bit of time looking at a perspective that it doesn't look like a lot of people are probably used to, which is being closer to the ground. You manage to find inside one of the lower cabinets, affixed to the bottom of one of the shelves, a small sack of coins. Fits roughly in the palm of your hand. It's pretty heavy.
Cora's gonna take a look inside of it.
It is a mixture of copper, gold, and silver.
Cora's gonna whistle.
Like, out loud for everyone to hear, or like impressed, like whistle, like
Like a impressed whistle, like he wasn't actually expecting to find, worthwhile money.
Fair. If you take a quick moment with your appraising eye to count it out, you will find 15 gold pieces, 32 silver pieces, and 23 copper.
Okay, I got it. 15, 32, 23.
Yep. And safe door.
Core is gonna make his way back out, making clear jingling sounds with his hand.
Jingle, jangle, jingle, jangle.
Should have opened this door first. I guess give the entire building, like, just, a clean sweep, and I can't imagine there's anything else here.
Yulian's gonna go back to where that little, like, area was that seems like it was Hatner's, like, sleeping space, slash everything space. She's gonna take a look through the backpack.
Okay. When you open up the backpack and go through its contents, you discover there's actually quite a few things in here. A lot of which you think would serve pretty well for a kid living on his own trying to survive in a city such as this. There is a spool of string. You find a small bag filled with ball bearings. There are a couple of bells. You find 3 knives and a short sword. There are several candles, a couple of sticks of charcoal, a change of clothes, a dark gray cloak, folded up neatly, and wrapped within the cloak, you actually find a decent-sized book. It's about 12 by 7 and pretty thick, like a couple hundred pages.
She'll unwrap the book and take a look at it.
The cover is a very vibrant dark purple. It's got gold filigree decorating it in several kind of like these swooshing swirls. There is no visible writing on it, but there is notably a gold latch that is locked onto the cover, stopping anyone from just casually having access to it.
Sure, found something you might want to take a look at.
Cool. Is this going to explode?
Maybe.
Hmm.
She'll
So
hand the
this stuff is Hatner's, right?
Yeah. Looks like most of everything he probably owns. Wherever
No.
he didn't take it with him, so he's probably expecting to come back.
You know, we have those dogs.
She nods.
And this is all his stuff. And he's probably in this district.
After she hands the book off, she's going to take out that other, like, smaller notepad that she had read earlier.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to take that with her, but she's going to pull out one of the blank pages and write a quick note to Hatner, just kind of giving him the location of the orphanage and that his friends are safe, and
Okay.
that he should go there if he sees this.
Okay.
And kind of tuck it loosely into the bedroll.
All right. Do you leave a signature of any kind?
Yeah, she'll leave a signature.
Okay.
Just her own. And the name of the adjutant.
All right.
She'll also kind of leave a small note at the end, just saying that she's working for Pops.
Okay.
Cora is gonna try working on this lock.
All right. You're welcome to make a thieves' tools check if you'd like.
Thieves' tools.
Instead, however, instead of dexterity, it will be an intelligence check.
Sure. Average.
Quite. When you begin working on the book, you realize very quickly that there's something unusual about it. In that, when you first start kind of working your way through, it feels like your standard, what you'd expect to be, small, compact lock for a book. But then suddenly the tools begin to go in further than is reasonable. And you very quickly surmise that there is much more going on to this lock than is obvious. And without even having to have someone that is capable of double checking, this is magical in some way, shape, or form. It will probably be a challenge to successfully open this.
Cora kind of cants his head and just says, all right. Kid likes his toys. Blue, I hate to say it, but this is probably going to take a little bit.
Should probably take it with us then.
Better than leaving it here. This is magical.
Raise an eyebrow at that.
So, what does this look like? It looks like a book?
Yeah. It is a finely bound, decorated and gilded book.
Could be something really worthwhile. Could be a spell book. I don't know. but it's his. I'll unlock it just to see what it is, but you know, like with that ring, the contents are his.
No.
That being
Probably have
said,
Quill take a look at it as well.
probably better. I could try and fiddle with it on the way back, but there's probably a chance that I lose my tools doing this. And those can be... If I lose them, we are going to have to talk to the filth.
With magic's unpredictable. It might be best just to not mess with it for the time being.
Alright.
She'll kind of look down the hall and towards Haba and Nero. Haba, Nero, do you have the dogs with you still?
I don't know if they actually brought them with us.
Where would you have? I guess the better question is, where
yeah,
would you have
where
left
would we
them?
have put them? Yeah.
Is the better question. They could have always sort of been silently following you in this awkward manner of finally realizing they're still there, or you've left them at, like, you accidentally left them at the first inn you guys were supposed to stay at, and the gnomish inn owner is just like, what the hell do I do with these two dogs now?
Want to roll a D2? Or a coin flip? Yeah. On a 1, they got left at the inn. On a 2, they just been following us. Oh, okay, yeah, they're here.
In which case, they're probably just in the alleyway rummaging through the trash.
Yeah.
Trash dogs.
Garbage boys. They come bounding in.
Core just stares and shudders.
You've got
Hollow
some
licks your face.
stuff over here for them to sniff. Could probably pick up a scent.
Look at them.
There. Ala and Peño now exist. For what it matters. Massive snap lock open.
I thought you said a massive stat block.
Nope. I have one of those, though.
Oh no.
He was secretly Peño the whole time.
How could you do this?
The Jurassic is on the urban encounter chart.
Okay. If you'd be so kind, I want 2 perception checks at an advantage from both Hava and Peño. They have a +3 bonus.
Alright, this is for Hala. So
15?
15. Yep. Oh, and a 20
And a 20. That's pretty good.
for Peño. Yep.
Okay. They both come over, and like 2 magically conjured dogs that don't really have complete training but are reasonable. They sort of like snuffle their way through like the whole restaurant, eventually settling into the area where clearly this person was living. And they kind of just like, you know, upend the bedroll, like get underneath it. They push around the tables and the drop cloths, and they kind of just sniff their way through everything. And while Hala seems pretty distracted on it, you see Peño kind of have a moment where he stops and begins sniffing the air pretty actively, and then looks back out towards the back door and begins to whine. Like he's got a scent.
Oh, I think they've got the scent. Looks like they want us to go out the back door.
Let's get moving then. Are there any like tablecloths and stuff just kind of left on these? I'm gonna gather one up so that we can tie up the remains of the straw man.
Speaking of which, where is it? The remains, that is. Where? Did you leave him in the alleyway?
No. Haba took off his poncho to kind of wrap him up in.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Core did mention to Nero to Be thorough.
Yeah, it's thoroughly broken down.
We've got 2 legs, we've got 2 wings, we've got 2 breasts, and 2 thighs.
Yep.
Jeez.
$20.
And a neck and spine for the stalk.
Yep.
You did it. This isn't sociopathic at all.
Well, you know, being called a butcher in my setting is not a compliment.
I know. It's why they call them the cutter.
Yep. Narrow, you
So
butcher. You butchery boy.
No.
Okay. Well, so you will take this this tablecloth, this drop cloth, and wrap the remains of the straw man in it.
Mhm.
And like the oversized hobo bag that it is, you begin carrying it over your shoulder. As Peño seems to be very interested in following the scent he's gathered.
Yeah, let's go after him.
Okay, so we're going to landing page. Nope. You keep my autopsy music and you like it. And you begin following this magically conjured mastiff down the alleyway, reaching the street, where he has a brief moment, begins sniffing the air, picking out all the various scents that have been passing by, and eventually he veers right onto the sidewalk and is just following a very determined trail, and does so for close to 40 minutes, working your way through the 6th district, several blocks over. Just the time. The sun is officially in the sky. You're no longer reliant on torchlight. And he brings you to yet another derelict building. This one is 3 stories tall. All the windows have been neatly boarded up. And you can tell the front double doors have been chained shut. At one point, this looks like it might have been like a small apartment building, but it would have been nice. You'd be surprised compared to the rest of this place where you've seen smaller businesses that have been nowhere near as well kept, trying to survive. But this place looks like someone just went, you know what, this isn't worth my time, but I don't want to leave it in a mess. So they took time to shut it down and then just.
Mhm.
And Peño takes you to the front doors and just kind of begins looking up and begins barking.
All right. Shall we go in?
I'll try to do it with a little tact. I'll get the chain.
Okay.
Of course, gonna try to stealth in the same space as, his party.
Yep, just gonna try to use people for cover. All right.
And I'm gonna assume it's Thieves' Tools Dexterity.
Yep.
Jeez.
Unfortunately, you are not successful in getting the lock undone. It is a thick, heavy padlock. Looks to be dwarven in make. And, those are usually pretty stubborn. You do go unnoticed for what it is worth.
Of course, gonna give it another attempt.
Okay.
Another stealth?
No, same self, new Thieves' Tool check. Unless you want to, circle the block and then come back.
Nah, we're just gonna double down.
Yep, spending another couple of minutes kind of working through the process, you do manage to get the padlock undone. And with a very heavy click, you see it pop loose and the chain just sort of begins to sag, and the weight of the lock begins to pull the chain in one direction. And if you catch the whole of the lock and the chain, it's very heavy. total, this is like 35 pounds.
Yeah, Core will not let that collapse to the ground. He'll grab it.
Mhm.
I'm sure he knows about, like, heavy locks and the like here. He
Mhm.
probably hates them.
Mm-hmm.
But he'll just take the chain off and he'll carry it and he'll deal with it later.
Well, the chain is removed. And the front doors, near as you can tell, don't appear to be locked further.
Keep going.
Core will enter the door.
All right. You
Go in.
creak open the door. A ray of sunlight kind of following in behind you. You see these motes of dust just kind of floating about in the air. You see before you a small open lounge-like area, about 20 feet across, about 40 feet deep. There are covered couches on the left and right sides. There's a table in front of either of them. You can tell there are areas where there used to be planters, which have like these sunken in parts of the carpet, where there something once was, but is no longer. You see on the far back wall, there is a rectangular shaped desk that is just affixed to the wall itself, where you'd expect someone to be kind of just waiting. And there are two sets of stairs on either side of that ascend. There are two doors, which are past the couches but before the desk, one on the left and one on the right.
Core's gonna look towards the dogs.
Peño continues to bark, but does not cross the threshold for whatever reason. You're welcome to make an animal handling check to try to get him to cross, or make an insight check if you want to see if you could perhaps glean why.
I'm gonna try insight.
Core does not. Yeah, I'll roll insight, but I'm gonna do it with disadvantage.
Sure, because you don't like dogs.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I mean, both of you, it's not easy reading a dog, given that their, emotional range is not as broad as a humanoid. But, while Peño seems very much certain that the scent he has followed is somewhere beyond that threshold, he's kind of doing the stepping forward, but refusing to go over the edge because he seems hesitant or uncomfortable to do so. Have you ever seen a dog that knows doing something would be bad and they don't want to do it because people are watching them, kind of thing? Like that look on their face? That's what Peño looks like right now. Just knows the thing is somewhere in there, but doesn't want to do it.
Core just sighs.
I'm gonna kind of take a look around and slowly begin stepping forward.
Core's gonna follow Yelena's lead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are both Haba and Nero following up?
Yep.
Okay. So the whole party will enter. The air in here is dry. As I mentioned before, dusty. You get a little tickle in the back of your throat. The whole building seems eerily silent. But as expected, from the care that someone took to shut the place down, you can see the interior is nice. And once upon a time, when it was being cared for, living here would not have been such a bad thing. There is no light otherwise from other than what is being produced from the cracked open door, which I will assume you will shut behind you, if I might be so bold.
Yep, we are absolutely closing the door behind us.
All right. In which case, there is no more light, and it is
Oh.
darkness because all the windows are boarded up.
Pop a flame into my hand, and I'm gonna start looking around at the floors, trying to see if there's dust kicked up at any point. See if anyone's kind of traveled through here.
I'm also going to cast Dancing Lights to help.
Or he's gonna shake on his necklace and try to cast light.
Give me a religion check. Slowly and flickeringly, the light will turn on.
Cora just sighs with relief.
And I will either take a survival check or an investigation check for those of you who are kind of looking for tracks or evidence of something having been here.
12
Investigation.
Yeah, I would also like to make an investigation.
Go for it.
Can I get the help of Nero?
Of course.
All right. Okay, 18.
All right. For both Haba and Core, you guys spend a bit of time kind of slowly looking around, each of you with your own independent light source, kind of observing, trying to see any signs or evidence that somebody or something has come through here. It is with the high rolls that you do discover that there are no signs of anyone that has entered through the front door for some time. All of the dust is very well settled. There's no evidence that it's been disturbed anywhere. It is only when you get to the far side of this opening of this entryway, closer to the desk and the side doors, that you can tell Core there is a well disguised set of footprints that have exited from that door and look like they ascend the left set of stairs.
Okay. Cora's gonna make a gesture to the left set of stairs, and he's gonna say quietly, I think I found something.
Lead the way.
Cora's gonna be leading the way. Carefully trying to keep an eye out for anything that might be actually dangerous, considering, you know, apparently this kid was able to trap one of these things here, so I'm kind of waiting for, like, you know,
The paint cans?
Murdered by a Home Alone trap.
Yep. And before the flamethrower or the micro machines.
Or the tarantula.
Or the tarantula, especially the tarantula.
Especially the tarantula.
All right, so are you going to investigate the door, or are you going to go up the stairs?
The disguise was like all the way like going up the stairs, right?
Yeah, it looks like someone exited the door and ascended the stairs.
Yeah, in that case, that's where we're gonna go, because I think the door is probably the misleading thing here.
Okay.
Following the track seems like the best idea.
Alrighty then. You begin ascending the stairs carefully. I would like for you to make, either an investigation check or a perception check. And I will take two of them from the group, or one of you can help the other. Basically, people keeping an eye out for any, as aforementioned, Home Alone traps.
I'd rather offer help, because I have terrible perception.
I can roll investigation.
Yeah, let's have Core roll with advantage, I think.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do to it. All right. Core. So as you begin heading up these left set of stairs, they turn to the right, where they walk up and come to a small landing where the right set of stairs does the same and meets on the other opposite side, and then will collect into a center staircase that takes you up to the second floor. However, right on the turn, going up to where the landing meets, you see a tripwire. And then when you see the tripwire, you can follow it as it's delicately run up the wall and underneath the hand railing, where it goes up to what looks like a small nightstand that is affixed to the ceiling and a rope. And there are and there are two of them, one that go in either direction.
That's amazing.
Cora is going to point it out. To everybody. And he's just going to gingerly just circumvent it.
Okay. With your aid, everybody can step around it. And not be harmed by what would be that trap. When you get to the landing and you look up, again, the stairs meet and create one set of stairs that go up to the second floor, which you can see turns into a hallway that goes left and right. There are no traps between you and that floor after you pass that first. When you get up to the top and actually arrive on the second floor, you see it goes left and right. Each hallway goes down about 10 feet and then turns out of view. But then immediately to your left and right by about 5 feet, there are more stairs that go up. If you recall, the building was 3 stories.
Okay, so there's the tracks are heading further upstairs, right?
Yeah. They've come up and they wrap around and they go up the left staircase again.
Okay. I think Cora's just going to continue following it to the best of his abilities. Kind of just, we have a trail here. We need to keep following it. There was clearly a trap. Someone is trying to, someone tried to Home Alone us.
Mm-hmm. Make another investigation check for me.
Wonderful. All right. Before I roll it, is it just one of us or?
I'm assuming someone's helping.
Okay.
If I might be so bold.
Same deal then. Haha. 18 this time.
Okay. You get up onto the second floor. You look around. Identify that the tracks are still, they curve up and go up the second flight of stairs on this floor up to the third, where you begin gingerly ascending, keeping an eye out for any traps. And this one was a lot harder to notice than the other one, which is because of the way it was set up, is that you actually climb up the stairs, and then right when it where it turns into a landing where it curves up again, just like the last one, where it makes that 90-degree angle, that little square in the corner, you stop and you realize something about the carpeting is off. And you investigate the carpeting and you realize it's not actually affixed to the ground anymore, and if you lift it up, there is no floor underneath the carpet anymore. It drops down.
That's a fun time.
Mm-hmm. And when you look at the hole, affixed to the interior part of the hole are several razor blades.
This kid is going places.
Yeah, very much so.
It's tough surviving in the city, man.
Yeah, it's rough. Cora's been eating paste this entire time. Clearly.
That explains a lot.
I mean, you did make a fragmentation grenade the other day.
Next time I'll do the goofy laugh.
But discovering that, you can likewise very carefully step around it. You basically have to take one of those really long steps from that step to the next available step, ignoring that little landing.
Mhm.
But once you do so, you with the greatest difficulty, given everyone else kind of has, well, they're not halflings, is what it basically comes down to. So they have the long enough legs to actually just sort of do the stretch and reach to get up to that step. You wind back around, carefully checking for other traps. Don't identify any more, and you arrive on the 3rd floor, where these very difficult to discern footsteps go right and down the hallway and vanish out of sight.
Right down the hallway, and then they vanish
Yeah,
out of
they
out of
turn
sight.
right, and then so just like the 2nd floor, you arrive, the hallway goes left and right, and then they curve, and then they turn out of sight at 90-degree angles. So there's more hallway you just can't see.
Cora is just gonna follow it very carefully.
Okay. Well,
Just gotta keep the eye out.
make me another investigation check.
21, because I am assuming I have the help.
Unless someone wants to rescind it.
I think we've seen what these traps could probably do to us. I don't want to get cut in half by the saw blade on this floor.
No,
I mean, for everyone,
it's
I
a swinging
I'll
scythe.
at least die quickly. Everybody else would like get bisected.
Mm-hmm. When you follow the footprints down the right side, and you get to the turn of the hallway, where you look down, it is a long length. There are 5 doors, 3 on the right side, 2 on the left. And the 2 on the left are in the middle of the spaces on the of the doors opposite on the other side. So there appears to be 5 apartments. The tracks continue on down the hall to one of the further doors. Core, it is only because of the light sources that are lit that you identify, and just in time, that there was a metallic glint in the carpeting. And upon further inspection, you find for about a 5-foot patch, there were a couple dozen needles, very sharp, well-affixed needles in the carpet, meant for anyone that were walking through to step on them. And bringing your light source closer, you can tell that they have a sheen of something and they're coated in something.
Probably something not good.
Probably not.
Anybody like Punji?
But identifying this trap, you have everyone carefully step past it, following the tracks to the 3rd door on the right side, where they stop. They vanish beyond the threshold. The door is locked.
Core just sighs heavily. Core is going to look towards Yelena and is going to say, "How do you want to do this?"
Quietly as possible, preferably.
I mean, we could just knock.
After avoiding all of the traps and quietly making our way up here.
Alright, well, I'll do my best with this then. Core is gonna investigate the door for traps.
Okay. Another investigation check, friend.
I love this skill challenge. It's absolutely terrible.
I don't want.
That's a 19.
All right, with a little bit of spotting over your shoulder, you tentatively check this door and the lock for traps, and you don't find any.
All right, and in that case, Core is going to try to unlock the door.
Okay. Thieves tools check. You may pick your modifier.
Oh. The joke is I use charisma. How do you justify this? I whisper sweet nothings to the door.
Mm-hmm. And then it just slowly opens up.
I mean, if I can do that, I will. But I don't think there's justification for that.
You're always welcome to try.
We're gonna do these tools. You know what? It's not the best check here, but we're gonna use intelligence.
Okay.
Cora's gonna try to be smart about this rather than just try to do this here, considering the kid is pretty good at this. That's pretty good.
That is pretty good. Unfortunately, it is not good enough. As you attempt to open the lock, you spend a little time getting your thieves' tools in, and just like with the book, you realize the mechanism's a little weird, but it is not like the book and that is magical. It is the fact that you feel like the mechanical aspect of it is more extended than the door should normally have. And it turns out to be much more complex than you thought it would be. Like someone has tampered with it to make it more difficult.
Cor pauses here as he tries to reevaluate his approach. Hang on, I'm gonna try something.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna do Thieves' Tools Wisdom.
Ooh. Okay. What's the angle?
I think instead of treating this like a puzzle here, Core is going to treat this more as like something where he's got to guide it along more or less here. Kind of like one of those, I guess, survival in the way that one might solve a maze is kind of the angle that we're going for here.
Okay. So you're gonna just try to feel the lock out.
Yeah.
Like, you're gonna use your knowledge of, picking locks, and you're gonna just, instead of going, I think this is how it's arranged, you're just going to kind of work your way through each part of the mechanism as you kind of discover it. Okay.
As Core begins to work, Yulia's going to kind of lean down and take a look at it and just whisper, steady hands, and give bardic inspiration.
Okay.
I will roll that d6.
I bet you will.
Ooh,
Ooh.
that's exciting.
That is exciting.
That's a really bad modifier I've got for this check, but you know what? A 20 on it.
And the good news is the 20 is enough. So you spend time feeling your way through it, keeping your hands steady, and eventually, after sinking like more than 80% of the tool into the mechanism to get the last tumbler that's very deep, it clicks. And you know the mechanism has disengaged.
This is like just a. This is just a metaphor for sex. This is all this is.
Why you gotta make this weird?
Anyway, Core takes the tool out for the lock. Probably with a little bit more Probably just as careful as he did with the previous one.
Okay.
That's
Oh,
a
sorry.
Xander.
It is.
He sounds very upset.
He's upset because I unlocked the door and I made this weird.
You did.
Sex
You
it's
did.
nap time.
And then once Core did that, Core just like looks at you later like, oh my god, I don't know how you did this. And then he'll slowly open the door.
Okay. You open the door, and I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my god.
But you're good at these. It's fine.
It's okay.
No,
This
I'm
one's
not.
just a pie to the face.
I'm filled with acid. Funny. It's not a pie, but it is filled with acid. There is, when you open the door, you hear a very brief and silent snap of a cord, and a jar falls down from the ceiling, shattering, and a noxious, burning splash of acid fills the space of the doorway and the hallway outside.
So, I did not catch this with my investigation.
You did not.
Okay.
Yeah. The sad news was the DC was a 20.
Well, you know what? It's okay.
Yeah. For the record, so this isn't like a gotcha moment, I rolled individual DCs for all of his traps for you to detect them. And this was the highest one.
Okay.
So, as is for some odd reason archetypal with acid damage, I'm going to roll a bunch of d4s. Okay, you're going to take 14 points of acid damage.
Okay. I still have hit points.
Hooray!
Not many.
But you have them.
I have one.
You got one resolve, I assume.
Hopefully.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if that's actual HP, you're like, your face is melting off.
No, this is my resolve.
You're just gonna wicked witch it straight to nothing.
I'm the ending of the Indiana Jones movie.
Except this wasn't the arc.
Yeah. Core, I think, as soon as the acid hits, he's just gonna immediately, like, water and just douse himself.
Okay.
And, move out of the way of the door frame.
All right.
Seeing this, Julian is gonna finish pushing the door open and quickly take a look inside because that probably made a lot of noise.
It did. Make a perception check.
16.
16. A quick glance reveals to you there is no one and no thing for you to take note of. The interior is dimly lit by a single fire source, a single light source around the corner. It's very dim, probably a candle based off of how it's flickering.
She's gonna start stepping into the room and talking out loud, seeing the source of light. She's just going to start speaking. Hatner, we're not here to hurt you. We're here to help. We're friends of Pop's.
How deep into the apartment do you go?
She is carefully stepping, probably enough to see the source of light.
Okay. So yeah, it's a short hallway. It's about 5 feet, and then it opens up into a small room. If you kind of just peek around the edge of the hallway, you can see there's a small writing desk where there is a mostly gutted candle sitting on a small, it looks like an old tea saucer. And this candle's burned down to like the last inch or so. It's sputtering quite a lot. The desk is covered in papers, and there's a journal resting there. And you can tell on the floor there are small wooden crates that have stamps of various businesses and restaurants. Looks like food storage. And a quick glance to your left would show that there is a twin bed tucked into the corner with its back against the wall, and an elevated sheet that would cover one side. The rest of the room, honestly, it looks kind of like a go room for someone to be like prepared to go out and do a mission. There are 2 long tables, which are just covered in a smattering of what looks like stolen or cobbled together gear, like different types of daggers, pieces of leather armor that cover like vital spots, like over the chest or shoulders or thighs, knees, etc., etc. Rope of a couple of varying different lengths of rope in different weaves and makes, things like that. There is no one that you see.
And it looks back towards the entrance. Doesn't look like he's here.
No. Core's got to carefully make his way about as deep in.
You see what Yelena sees.
Matner, listen. I know you're playing it really cautious. But Patty is really worried. And we got her somewhere safe. You might be holed up in here. It might not be. But you can't hide out here forever. We managed to get in here. And we ain't the straw man. And the straw man's not the only thing you need to worry about. There is something worse out there. And you can't do it alone. So, if you're here, we're friends. Pretty clever. What do you say?
Make a persuasion check.
Do I have Yelena's aid with this? She said things earlier.
She did. If Yelena would like to help you, you can.
Sure.
That's a 19.
That's pretty good. Despite the rousing speech, nothing stirs in the room, and no one reveals themselves.
After a moment of waiting, I'm gonna make my way over towards the desk to take a look at the papers.
Okay. Quickly glancing over them, the topmost papers are rough renditions of one, the straw man, and then there are 2 different figures, one of which matches roughly the description of the hag you saw the night previously. Large, hunchback, huge, like mane of wiry hair covering most of their face. The second one, however, still kind of gaunt, still a bit deformed, much thinner, but twice as tall. Looks to be like there might be another hag. And sort of written in the margins, there are notes in the same sloppy common that you recognize from the small pocketbook that you've taken.
Core, Pava, Nera, Estelle.
What is it?
Looks like we might be dealing with two hags. And from the look of it, he's seen both of them. Kind of
Great.
hold up the etchings.
He's not a bad artist.
You can almost smell the burns.
In the margins of these drawings for the hags, there are a couple of notes and questions that he's left. Some of which, an obvious one is there more than two? Do they only hunt at night? Can they only harm me in my dreams? And then at the bottom, kind of like in a notated list, you have find a way to stay awake, find a way to poison them, find a way to trap them.
Three makes a coven, right?
3 does make a coven. If you'd like to know that for yourself, you're more than welcome to make any number of intelligence-based checks. Arcana, religion, nature, or history.
I'll roll Arcana for core.
Yep, 3 makes a coven. But more than 3 also makes a coven. For what? But 3 is the minimum. It also implies that when hags form a coven, they are substantially more powerful. They combine their magical powers together, and they become a much more dangerous force to reckon with.
Yelena, I'm gonna poke around a bit more.
Yeah, we need some clue about where he went. He's obviously pretty good at what he does, but I don't think he's ready to fight off creatures like this by himself.
Well, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about him fighting us. If he's been awake for days, expecting this, you know, he might not be in a good state of mind.
Nods. She's going to tear out another piece of paper and write an identical note to the one she left in the bedroll and leave it on the table.
Mm-hmm.
Horror is going to very carefully tread, trying to make sure that the, as he's kind of exploring this with light, trying to make sure he doesn't step on a tripwire or doesn't trigger any traps from above here.
Yep. Make me another investigation check.
Sure. I think this one is safe to say it's on his own.
No, Estella will help you.
Sure.
She's less interested in what's in the room and more about making sure no one else gets hurt.
And as Core is walking around, he's going to show that he has a book in his hand that clearly belonged to Hatner. And he's kind of going to just talk out loud, and he's going to say, could be talking to myself, but if you're wondering, Patty, she told us that you might be hiding in a restaurant. We had some dogs with us. We found some stuff. Found your work. We killed that straw man. And this book, proof we were there. We can fight them. but just not a lot we can do if you don't come out and show yourself. I get that they can change themselves, but you know, I don't know how I'm supposed to show you that I'm not one of those disfigured freaks.
Is this Core just kind of speaking out loud?
Yeah,
Mhm.
just kind of speaking out loud, just like on the off chance, like, oh, come on, man.
I think Yelita just kind of comments out loud as well. We've got the corpse of one of the straw men with us.
Just a big old sack of straw, man. For your investigation, does reveal a handful of smaller traps in a couple of places. None of which are a direct threat right away. They're all kind of positioned in ways that if you were to try to make, or like, if you were to try to stay here in terms of like, if you were going to stay the night, there are a couple of places that you would inevitably stumble into a trap, like lying in the bed. Or trying to use the plumbing. He has traps set up in little places like that where people probably wouldn't be thinking about it. But you managed to reveal the 3 that he's got set up in the room. You also notice with your investigation that several of the crates he's stolen are a high-grade, high-caffeine coffee. Which lends itself to the theory that he's probably not been sleeping a whole heck of a lot. Otherwise, this is a pretty standard haunt for what you'd expect to see from a roguish thief type.
Okay.
I do suppose the most important detail of your discovery here, though, is that there are 2 windows in this room on the far side, both of which neatly boarded up as observed from the outside. Granted, this is on the side of the building, not on the front. One of them, however, the boards are not actually affixed from the outside like all the others. They have been made to appear they still are affixed from the outside, but they're in fact affixed to a switch on the inside. And there is a rope that is currently exiting the window, with these things having been shut behind.
So this is a false opening.
Yeah, it's it looks like the method in which he would use to exit or enter without wanting to be seen. The rope is currently on the side of the building.
As if someone was making their way out.
Yeah, like someone used it to leave.
Cora is going to take a look.
It opens up to sunlight. There's an alleyway beneath you. Make a perception check.
Oh man, I'm really bad at these.
Most of you are.
I did this intentionally to myself. Even with Estelle helping me.
Yeah, you see nothing.
Yeah, I don't
I
know.
mean,
if
you
Estelle has
see
any-
again, buildings, sunlight, people walking in the streets. Based off of the description you've received, definitely no habit.
I guess at that point, like, Cor just ask Estelle if she sees anything. But
Sure, I'll even give her a roll. No, I don't see anything either. Although that woman there has a really nice dress.
Cor just sighs. I think at this point, Cor I mean, if he's there, he's probably keeping an eye on this. Core is just going to show the book in his hand, and he's just going to kind of wave it as if to like just try to signal here.
Look what I have.
Pretty much. It's the only thing I can really think of that he can do here.
Make a sleight of hand check for me.
Sure. God damn it. I have expertise in this, too.
You do. You're still fine. You're still fine. That was more to see if you would fumble. But you just sort of, gesture with the book. A look and see what I have. There's no response that you can see or hear.
I've been waiting to use sleight of hand this entire time. Of course, the first time I roll it is an 11. That's actually really frustrating.
At least it wasn't a 1.
At least I didn't, drop it.
If you could have.
Cord drops the book, fumbles it, falls out of the 3rd-story window, and Hatner is just like, I was waiting for this, and then just proceeds to just stab Core.
It was me
Drags
the
him
whole
away.
time.
Says, you're a really funny-looking hag.
Yeah. That is how Core would go.
There are many different ways Core could go, but this is canon, I guess. Anyway, so nothing happens.
Nope.
I don't see anything else in this room. Should we make our way back down to the 1st floor in that entranceway, the hidden one?
We can go out this way. I mean, if you're feeling brave.
Apparently it's a habit of us to go out of 3rd-story buildings, so
Why don't you go first?
you little will kind of tug on the rope, make sure it's secure.
And that way, when I go to fall, and about to go splat, you can maybe catch me.
Yeah. Yelena, I'm glad you said that, because when you check to see if it's secure, the rope comes loose.
Kind of holds it there and looks at Core.
See, I wouldn't have checked the rope. Good job, Blue.
Make her way back towards the hallway. She at least knows where the traps are there.
But you're not gonna acrobatics your way down. Not gonna gracefully float down. Not gonna show off. I have to navigate you all the way through the traps again.
Sorry, walking down, hopping over where the needles were.
Mm-hmm.
Why can't I have an easy way through this?
Bad luck is following you everywhere.
I mean, that's just Core.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, you got my character description.
Yep.
That's what the nat one on the D100 is. You actually went into the RNG machine for roll 20 and rigged all of Core's dice.
Shh.
I
Not
go
supposed
to
to know
meet
that.
Star, and she's just laughing at me the entire time. I walk into the shop, and she just starts gahawing and asks why I'm so short. I'm gonna make my way back down.
As will all of you. Arriving back at the bottom landing to this small apartment building. Standing in the dusty area, after having traversed what some would very easily surmise as a series of death traps, and wondering what the next step is. Which there are many. But we'll find out what step you take next week. Because we've run 4 hours. and I have a dentist appointment to go to, so I can't flounder around for too long.
Yeah.
You did it.
Get your teeth checked out.
Hopefully, the last filling I'm going to need for the rest of my life.
Hopefully.
Hopefully, I'm very diligent about my teeth health,
Yeah.
man. I'm big on it. And then it was like this was like we were keeping an eye on it thing, and it was like it was either going to go or it wasn't, and it went. So like here I am. But it's cool. I like my dentist a lot. He's a good dude.
Yeah.
He's got a really cute husky called Mocha. So like
Aw.
I always love hearing about that. It's nice. Anyway, that's where we're done. We're gonna wrap up there, and hopefully Sam can join us next week, so you guys can kind of cart still a dead body around and not stumble into any more traps created by a 15-year-old Macaulay Culkin. And we'll see where it takes you next week. So that's it for us and Orphaned Honor today. I will be playing in my usual Thursday game, run by Jakeford, streamed on Cracked DM. And my Friday game, my Convergence campaign, my first ever campaign ever that's been running for 3 years? Question mark? I don't know. We're on session 130 something now. It's been going on. Yeah, it's been going on for a while. And they're level 14, and they're really deep in it. And it's exciting, and I officially have permission from all my players to stream it, so I'm going to start streaming it probably this Friday. So we start games at 7:15, because we have, it's weird, but 7:15 Pacific Standard. So come look at that. It's gonna be sweet. My players there are awesome, as all my players are. Otherwise, we'll catch you all next week. Yeah. All right, guys. Thanks for playing.
See you guys.
Thanks for watching. For those of you that were here.
Be good to one another.
Yeah, make good choices. Woo!
Don't be me.
Don't be Cork.